Chapter 441. If the 100-Leaf Qin clan also had elite warriors at the profound void martial stage, then they would have the capital to win this battle. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to speak, that guy with the iron tower glanced at Qin Wushuang with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, he said, "Young man, although I believe 70 to 80% of you claiming to be a disciple of the Qin clan, you need to bring out more convincing evidence to win the trust of the entire 100-Leaf Qin clan." Qin Wushuang raised his hand and threw out an identity jade plate. The tower-like man casually grabbed it and took it into his hand. When he fixed his eyes on it, his expression instantly changed. Clearly, the way he looked at Qin Wushuang had changed. This identity jade plate was left behind by the ancestor of the Eastwood Qin clan. It was equivalent to the identity jade plate of a core disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Thus, when this guy with the iron tower saw it, he could not help but be intimidated by Qin Wushuang's jade plate. Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? There was some disbelief in his eyes. Don't misunderstand, this is the identity jade plate left behind by my ancestor. Qin Wushuang's explanation allowed the other party to regain his composure. With a smile, the burly man patted his chest and said, "Just like your two companions, I'm also a beastman, haha. This time, I came to this Duckbeak Mountain to probe the depth of the enemy. I didn't expect it to be a lone army. I saw that I could handle it, so I made my move. Haha, this time, it's all thanks to you guys hiding among the enemy. Or else, it would have been difficult to kill them all. It's a pity that Su Guy escaped. Come, children, let's get to know each other." That guy with the iron tower waved his hand and his 3 children all came over. After the transformation, these 3 guys had almost the same appearance. It was easy to recognize that they were 3 brothers. That guy with the iron tower said, "Brother Qin, you can call me Tai Hong. These 3 are my children." Among the refined void martial stage, their combat power is at the top. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "I've already experienced this. If it weren't for the power of these 3 big brothers, I am afraid the battle would not have ended so easily with the 3 of them restraining 5 refined void martial stage warriors." Tai Hong was very excited and nodded, "That's right. Brother Qin, the battle has already started at the castle of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, let's go together. With the addition of our fresh troops, we can catch them off guard." Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, "Senior Tai Hong, you should go back first. I plan to continue hiding and infiltrate the enemy again. Aren't you afraid that the other party will be suspicious if you infiltrate after the defeat here?" Tai Hong's tone was a little worried. It was obvious that he did not approve of Qin Wushuang's plan to continue hiding. Qin Wushuang insisted, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Although General Manager Su's troops were almost completely annihilated, Commander Chen still had a large number of experts under him. In terms of absolute strength, I still have the upper hand. 1 elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, not counting General Manager Su, they still have 5 elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage. As for the refined void martial stage, they have a dozen. Senior Tai Hong, hurry back to help and report the strength of this side. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. When Qin Wushuang said here, he turned to Bao Bao and said, "Third, go back to the castle with Senior Tai Hong and take care of the situation." Bao Bao said hesitantly, "Boss, then you, don't worry about me. When I go back with second, they will not be suspicious for a while. As long as we release some wrong information to them, we can use our plan to inflict heavy losses on them." Excitement also flashed in Tai Hong's eyes as he nodded. "If we can coordinate with them from the inside, perhaps we can give them a big surprise. As long as we can kill a portion of the enemy's elite warriors, we will have the chance to reduce the consumption of this battle to the minimum and achieve an easy victory." Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute. "Please go back quickly, Senior Tai Hong. Wait for contact." "Okay, Brother Qin, I will wait for your news." Bao Bao received the order and returned with Tai Hong and the others. At this moment, outside the Qin castle, the other 3 general managers had already led their teams to launch a surprise attack on the Qin fortress. Initially, they had planned to launch a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, the 100-Leaf Qin clan had already set up all the defenses and were waiting for them to attack. Since the 100-Leaf Qin clan was prepared, their surprise attack plan had failed. When Tai Hong and his group of fresh troops had returned, the pressure on the 100-Leaf Qin clan had been greatly reduced. It was equivalent to having 3 elite warriors at the transformation Void Martial stage. And there were 9 elite warriors at the refined Void Martial stage. This did not include Bao Bao, the hidden figure. Their plan to launch a surprise attack had been severely hindered. The 3 general managers realized that the defense of the 100-Leaf Qin clan had indeed exceeded their imagination. Especially the formation set up by the 100-Leaf Qin clan outside the fortress, it would greatly weaken their strength. Outside the fortress, it was 3 to 5 times more difficult for elite warriors at the transformation Void Martial stage to fly in the sky. Although these guys had not experienced hundreds of battles, they immediately knew that a gravitational formation had been set up around the fortress. This gravitational formation was a technique of the Earth attribute. For this formation, it could be big or small. Perhaps, it would be a simple gravitational technique when used on an individual. However, if it was set up as a formation, it could be a majestic formation with great power. When the formation above the fortress was activated, it had greatly weakened the advantage of the transformation Void Martial stage warriors in the sky. The most terrifying part was that the 100-Leaf Qin clan's ability to fly in the sky was not restricted by the formation outside the fortress. Thus, even if they were to break through the formation by force, they would be easily beaten by the enemy if they were to enter recklessly. After a long and fruitless battle, these 3 general managers made a prompt decision to cancel the attack and retreat 100 miles. They set up camp and awaited Commander Chen's next orders. That Commander Chen Sen was one of the few elite warriors at the profound Void Martial stage in the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. However, this time, they had met their match. Qin Sheng, the 9th great-uncle of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, was also an extremely powerful elite warrior at the profound Void Martial stage. Although he could not break into the perfect Void Martial stage after a few dozen years of solitary training, he rarely had any opponents at the profound Void Martial stage. Thus, after fighting with that Chen Sen for half a day, no one could gain the upper hand. For this battle, they fought from night to dawn and from dawn to noon. It was still a draw. Initially, Qin Sheng thought that at the level of the profound Void Martial stage, he would have a great chance of winning. However, he did not expect that although this Chen Sen had emerged in recent decades, his subordinates were very tough. He could not gain any advantage. After a long battle, Qin Sheng had the intention to stop the battle as he was concerned about the general situation of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Coincidentally, that Chen Sen also knew that he could not win against this Qin elite warrior that had suddenly emerged. Thus, he had the same thought as Qin Sheng and planned to take a step back first. Thinking this way, both parties only made a few probing moves and retreated with tacit understanding. When Chen Sen returned to the camp, those 3 general managers came up to greet him. The 4 trusted aides that Chen Sen had brought also came up to greet him. "Commander Chen, how did it go?" Chen Sen waved his hand. "Let's talk inside the main tent." When he asked about the battle situation, those 3 general managers all went up to talk about the details. When Chen Sen heard their words, he said with a cautious tone, "This time, not only did we underestimate the strength of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, we also underestimated their judgment. Apparently, they had seen through our first plan. The 100-Leaf Qin clan had already made arrangements. Or else, it would have been impossible for us to fail to take down a single fortress. Commander Chen, it's mainly because of the disgusting gravitational formation before those 3 major fortresses. This gravitational formation made us, the transformation Void Martial stage martial artists, unable to unleash our advantage in the air. And their elite warriors at the transformation Void Martial stage would not be affected. They would be waiting for us to exhaust ourselves. Thus, we did not dare to charge in recklessly." Chen Sen said in a low voice, "Indeed, the 100-Leaf Qin clan has some tricks up their sleeves. You guys were right not to go in. Once you had gone in, most likely, there would be some trap. For today's battle, although we did not lose, we did not achieve our goal. In terms of sharpness, we had lost some. Commander Chen, that 100-Leaf Qin clan also has an elite warrior at the profound Void Martial stage? Usually, In a state, a transformation void martial stage martial artist is already impressive. Among the powerhouses of the state, there are very few at the profound void martial stage. One of the general managers of the He clan said with some frustration. It seems that the 100-leaf Qin clan had truly received a lot of benefits from the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Or else, with their foundation, how could they have an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage? There was also a trace of depression in Commander Chen's tone. Let's stop here for today. Give the order to retreat 300 miles and regroup with General Manager Su. We will set up camp again. Okay. While they were talking, the curtain of the tent was opened and a person walked in from the outside. It was one of Commander Chen's trusted aides at the refined void martial stage. He walked in with a solemn expression and said with a trembling voice, "Great Commander, General Manager Su's side is not doing well." "What do you mean?" Inwardly, Commander Chen was trembling violently. On the surface, he appeared to be calm. On General Manager Su's side, 2 survivors had fled here to seek shelter. They said that their team had encountered a surprise attack and most of them had been killed. A small half of them had escaped. Even General Manager Su himself had gone missing. Commander Chen could not help but be stunned. The others even stood up in disbelief. Apparently, this news had shocked them. Bring them in. After all, Commander Chen was the leader and he was the first one to react. That trusted aide walked out. In a moment, he had brought Qin Wushuang and Lone into the big tent. "It's my pleasure to meet you, Commander Chen and General Manager Su." Currently, Qin Wushuang and Lone also appeared to be battered and exhausted. Their appearance made it impossible for anyone to doubt them. Even General Manager Su had escaped. Commander Chen still found it hard to believe. General Manager Su had been chased by an iron tower-like guy and had disappeared without a trace. The 5 elite warriors at the refined void martial stage had been restrained by the enemy and were at a disadvantage. Before General Manager Su had left, he had ordered everyone to retreat. Us people at the spiritual martial force were at the outermost area and had the best position to retreat. Even so, most of us had been chased by the enemy. A small number of us had escaped. Only 2 of us had discussed and decided to come here to meet with the headquarters. Qin Wushuang was in danger, but he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was even calmer. P.S. I am a guest today and will come back at night. 1 chapter less. 3 chapters tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 442. Qin Wushuang's words were not smooth. But the more it was like this, the more believable it seemed to Commander Chen. Commander Chen asked in a low voice, "The team that attacked you was able to almost annihilate your entire team? How many people were there? How strong were they?" Qin Wushuang said, "There were only 6 of them." 6 people? Commander Chen was shocked. 6 people could beat your team of 20 into such a sorry state and almost annihilate your entire team? Yes, the strongest tower-like man with a burly body attacked General Manager Su first. Then the 3 young warriors trapped the 5 powerful warriors at the refined void martial stage. The remaining 2 will attack us who are in the spirit martial force. That group of people was very strong. Us 3 brothers had the most advantageous position, but we were also scattered. Now, we don't know if our 3rd brother is dead or alive. Jimo put on a depressed look at the right time. Big brother is probably dead. I don't think any of the other companions could escape. Then how are the 2 of you going to escape? Could it be that you guys escaped without permission? Next to Commander Chen, that general manager, he sized Qin Wushuang and his friends with some doubts. Qin Wushuang sighed, "General Manager, although we are only freelance martial artists, we know the rules. How dare we violate the rules set by the commander himself? If General Manager Su didn't give the order to retreat, even if we died, we wouldn't have escaped first. If we had escaped first, how could we have returned to the headquarters? The others are all dead. Dead people tell no tales. Of course you have nothing to fear." Qin Wushuang had a trace of humiliation on his face. Since he was putting on a show, He might as well make it real. He pretended to be wronged and explained, "Commander, we 3 brothers of the Wu family came from the Gobi Desert. We don't know what it means to have nothing to fear." At that time, the team was scattered but not all of them were killed. At least, General Manager Su should have escaped successfully. Whether or not the 2 of us escaped without orders, when the time comes to meet up with Chief Steward Su, Lord Commander can personally ask Chief Steward Su. If the 2 of us escaped without permission, we will not frown even if you want to kill us. At this moment, Commander Chen clearly didn't care whether they escaped or not. The rules were only a restriction to motivate everyone to fight against the enemy. Since General Manager Su's team had already been defeated and annihilated, how they were annihilated was no longer important. Chief Steward He, if the Wu brothers ran away on their own, I don't think they have the guts or the face to come here. As long as Chief Steward Su doesn't die, we will find out the truth one day. Now that the truth is unknown, we are still friends in the trenches. There is no need to suspect each other. Commander Chen knew how to win the hearts of the people. He knew better than anyone that at this time, finding out who was responsible was secondary. Stabilizing the morale of the army was the most important. If the Wu brothers were to be executed, it would make everyone even more uneasy. Hearing Commander Chen's words, Chief Steward He naturally did not have any objections. Initially, he did not hold any grudges with Qin Wushuang. He only wanted to show some enthusiasm before Commander Chen and show his presence. To put it bluntly, he wanted to flatter Commander Chen and show that he always remembered the rules that Commander Chen had set. Everyone, from the description of the Wu brothers, indeed, the strength of this 100-leaf Qin clan was beyond our expectations. Under our siege, they were still able to send out a team to launch a surprise attack on General Manager Su's team. Regardless of manpower or courage, they were above our expectations. Up to this point, Commander Chen did not try to conceal his wrong judgment. I must say that initially, I had misjudged the 100-leaf Qin clan. This is my mistake. When Commander Chen said these words, not only did it make his previous wrong decision appear less dazzling, it also made people feel that he was a responsible leader. All 3 chief stewards said, "Commander Chen, the situation at that time was not only your judgment, it was also the unanimous opinion of all the chief stewards. We never thought that the 100-leaf Qin clan had hidden so many trump card." Suddenly, an elite warrior at the transformation void martial stage next to Commander Chen said, "Great Commander, could it be that the elite warrior at the profound void martial stage that fought with you today was an elite warrior sent by the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan?" Yes, regarding the 100-leaf Qin clan, could they have nurtured an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage? I don't really believe it. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan has closed their doors and is having a problem protecting themselves. How could they send people to help the 100-leaf Qin clan? That might not be the case. The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is like a centipede that never falls down. At the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they were pushed aside by the other major powerhouses. Perhaps, they were at a disadvantage because they were exhausted. However, regarding the competition between a state and a territory, even if they had sent a random elite warrior, it would be enough to intimidate the entire orderly mountain prefecture. This was the truth. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was one of the top powerhouses among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Even if they were pushed aside, even if people joined hands to retaliate, it would be an open and covert competition between the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. That level of competition would be the highest level competition in the Xian Yuan Mound. Not many powerhouses from the lower prefectures would be able to participate in that level of competition. Not to mention that at their level, at most, they were only at the level of a territory or a state. Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. The expression on Commander Chen's face was somewhat unsightly as he seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, Commander Chen spoke slowly, "When attacking the 100-leaf Qin clan, we must finish it quickly. The longer we drag it out, the more disadvantageous it would be." Although the powerhouse that assigned this mission would certainly pay attention to the movements of the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they could not guarantee that no one from the Qin clan would come to help. This 100-leaf Qin clan is extremely important to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. The longer we drag it out, the higher the possibility of reinforcements from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Commander's words make sense. Commander, currently, the 100-leaf Qin clan possesses tyrannical strength. Our group of people is at most on par with them. We have to find a way to deal with them. Commander Chen nodded. I already have an idea. Everyone, you will continue to set up camp in this area and form a situation of surrounding the 100-leaf Qin clan. I will go get some reinforcements. I will make it back in 5 or 7 days. Commander, you are the leader of our group. If you go to get reinforcements, I am afraid we will be like a snake without a head. Commander Chen turned around and instructed his 2 trusted aides at the transformation void marshal stage. Chen Tong, Chen Da, you 2 will be in charge of all major matters during my absence. Then, he said to those 3 general managers, Chen Tong and Chen Da are my younger brothers. You 3 will listen to their arrangements for all major matters. Okay. Then, Commander Chen looked at Qin Wushuang and Lone and said again, this time, General Manager Su will not return in a short time. It's rare for these 2 to risk their lives to regroup here. Which one of you is willing to take them in and add them to your team? A general manager with the surname Zhao said with a smile, this time, I just lost 3 or 4 people. It's not bad to add them to my team. Okay, from now on, you 2 will follow General Manager Zhao. After Commander Chen had arranged everything, he let Qin Wushuang and Lone go out. Everyone, this time I am going to ask for help from the strongest powerhouse in the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. None of you can take my place. When Commander Chen said here, he suddenly stopped and suppressed his voice. He said in a low voice, General Manager Zhao, do you know my intention for putting those 2 into your team? General Manager Zhao was somewhat doubtful. Apparently, he had not understood Commander Chen's intention. Commander Chen said, these 2 have come with strange intentions. I cannot determine if they are the remnants of the defeated soldiers. However, if General Manager Su could not escape, and these 2 brothers could escape here, there must be something suspicious. Didn't they say that General Manager Su had escaped? Before General Manager Su had returned, they were already suspicious. Commander Chen suppressed his voice and said again, a moment ago, I deliberately said that you guys could not take my place. It was a move to test them. If they are truly suspicious, they must have been sent by the 100-leaf Qin clan. If that's the case, we can sell them some fake information and let them send it to the 100-leaf Qin clan. We can beat them at their own game. Hearing Commander Chen's words, that general manager he became excited. He immediately followed, I knew it, these 2 guys are somewhat strange. So you are also suspicious of them? Commander Chen smiled lightly, for any matter, we must consider all sides. I am not suspecting them completely. I am only making some necessary precautions in this area. I rather hope that they are spies sent by the 100-leaf Qin clan. Ha, I understand. For these 2 guys, their combat power will not affect the overall situation much. However, if they are spies, if we use them well, they will be more useful. Yes, I had deliberately said those words for them to hear. However, the matter of asking for help is absolutely true. However, this commander will absolutely not leave this place. Chen Tong, you will take a trip to the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect for me. Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect? Chen Tong was greatly surprised. The other people also revealed a surprised expression. All of them knew that the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect was unquestionably the #1 powerhouse in the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. Compared to them, even someone as powerful as Commander Chen still needed to look up before the gigantic Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. Thus, when they heard that Commander Chen was going to ask for help from the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect, everyone was astonished. No need to be surprised. Of course, we cannot invite the honored Daoist of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. However, the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect has an elder Dong Qian who owes me a great favor in the past. Take my letter and ask to see Elder Dong Qian, for sure there will be a response. I will explain everything in this letter. Chen Tong nodded in response, okay, I will take a trip to that Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. Fortunately, this place was not far from the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. With Chen Tong's power at the Transformation Void Marshal stage, it would take him at most 2 days to fly back and forth. Commander Chen did as he said. Immediately, He wrote a letter and gave it to Chen Tong. He instructed, when you go to the dark green cloud Daoist sect, act with a low profile. You only need to see Elder Dong Qian. Don't get involved with anything else. Regarding the dark green cloud Daoist sect, Commander Chen was still restraining his fear. Thus, he was extremely careful with his words of instruction. There are guests today, so I will update late. However, I said yesterday that I will update 3 chapters. Even if I work until midnight, I will update 3 chapters. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 443. Chen Tong took the letter and put it into his storage equipment. Just when he was about to leave, he was stopped by Commander Chen's gaze. Don't panic, leave quietly in the middle of the night. Don't make any noise. Besides the people in this tent, no one else is allowed to know this secret. Here, besides the general managers, everyone else was Commander Chen's trusted subordinates. Naturally, all the secrets that had happened here would not be leaked. Those 3 general managers bowed and accepted the order. Rest assured, Commander, we will keep it a secret until the end. During this time, you guys must act together. Just treat it as me going out to ask for help. The atmosphere had to show that I wasn't here. If the 2 of them try to escape or slip away, you have to find a way to make them leave. Old Zhao, don't keep an eye on them and don't test them. Let everything happen naturally. There is only one goal, and that is to let them feel that I have left here. Okay. General Manager Zhao accepted the order. Commander, what if they are not spies from the 100-Leaf Qin clan? If they are not, we have nothing to lose. It's just a show. After Commander Chen had explained everything, he announced that they were dismissed and returned to their own tents. After Qin Wushuang and Lone had left the tent, they did not show off too much and arrived at General Manager Zhao's area. After a moment, they saw General Manager Zhao had returned. You 2 will set up camp in this area. Remember, since you have entered my organization, you must listen to my orders. Do not have any strange thoughts and break the rules. We understand. Qin Wushuang and Lone both answered. Go, during the night, you must stay alert. Be careful of the enemy's attack. Also, do not leak any information you heard in the tent. Don't worry, Sir Manager. We 2 brothers are very tactful. General Manager Zhao's personality was not as suspicious as General Manager Su. After he had given a few instructions, he entered his own tent. After Qin Wushuang and Lone had set up camp, they rested inside the tent. Lone sent his voice. Boss, it seems that Commander Chen has already left. Qin Wushuang waved his hand and said, not necessarily. Didn't he say that he wanted to end the battle quickly? If you want to call for reinforcements, of course it's better to leave as soon as possible. Second brother, if you were in their shoes, what would you think when you suddenly saw us 2 deserters? Lone thought for a while and smiled. If it were me, I would despise them from the bottom of my heart. And I would never assign any important mission to 2 deserters. Then, does Commander Chen despise us? Qin Wushuang asked again. I don't think so. Ji Mo was not sure either, but he knew that Chief Steward he seemed to have a grudge against them. As for that he guy, I don't know if he's trying to curry favor or not. Why do they have to slander us? How despicable. That he guy only wants to curry favor with Commander Chen. Among the 4 Chief Stewards, Chief Steward Su was the most meticulous. This he guy was just lucky. If he was assigned to Chief Steward Su's mission, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. So, that he guy is not a threat. Qin Wushuang analyzed carefully. Then who needs to be on guard the most? Ji Mo was quite curious. Commander Chen. Qin Wushuang's tone was cold, and his expression showed that he was not joking. Commander Chen? Of course. He's an expert of the profound void martial stage. You're lying to yourself if you say you don't need to be on guard. Although Ji Mo was arrogant and proud, he also admired Commander Chen's strength from the bottom of his heart. Strength is a problem. The most important thing is that Commander Chen's methods are even better than Chief Steward Su's. Qin Wushuang sighed. That Chief Steward Su is meticulous, but he has a shortcoming after all. This shortcoming also caused him to be unable to become an ambitious and ruthless person. He can only follow others and fight for his life. Big brother, what do you mean? Ji Mo was a bit confused. Qin Wushuang said coldly, it's very simple. That Chief Steward Su is meticulous and suspicious. However, he has a fatal shortcoming. That is, he could not hide these suspicions deep inside his heart. Regardless of his actions or his casual expressions, he would always show his suspicions. However, that Commander Chen is not the same. Don't be fooled by his dignified words in the big tent. I am almost certain that he has already suspected us. Suspected us? Suspected that we are deserters? Could it be that he truly believed the nonsense of that he guy? No. Qin Wushuang shook his head. Whether we are deserters or not, it would not affect the situation much. Certainly, Commander Chen would not waste his time. I think that most likely, he already suspects that we are spies sent by the 100-leaf Qin clan. This. Instantly, Ji Mo was stupefied. That's impossible, right? I feel that the two of us did not reveal any flaws. Because we did not reveal any flaws and performed flawlessly, most likely, it would arouse his suspicions. Of course, if it were anyone else, it would be normal to be suspicious under such circumstances. However, Commander Chen did not suspect us at all. This is not normal. Boss, you humans are too cunning. Ji Mo was also completely speechless. He only asked, then what should we do? If Commander Chen suspected them, then they would be in an extremely dangerous situation. At least, Ji Mo thought so. Once they became the target of Commander Chen's suspicion. With the absolute power of an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, he would rather kill the two of them than leave any future troubles. What should we do? Qin Wushuang was even calmer in this dangerous situation. Let's not do anything now. Just wait. Wait for what? Ji Mo was somewhat confused. Wait for the opportunity, wait for the truth to come to light. At least, wait for useful information, wait for everything to become clear. Qin Wushuang was calm and collected. I am afraid that Commander Chen will not give us time to wait. Ji Mo had his own opinion. If it were me, once I became suspicious, I would definitely eliminate the source of trouble. Boss, didn't you say that we should not use people if we are suspicious? Since he is suspicious, he would not use us. Since it's useless and suspicious, what better way to solve the problem than to kill us? Yes. Qin Wushuang's answer was abnormally firm. He waved his hand at Ji Mo. Second, let's make a deduction. I will ask and you will answer. Okay, boss, ask. Ji Mo was rather straightforward. Think about it, if you were Commander Chen, would you tell us that you're going somewhere to ask for reinforcements in front of us? For such top secret, besides people at the general manager level, how could they easily leak it? Perhaps, he was careless and forgot that we were next to him. It might be possible for such carelessness to happen to you. However, it is impossible for someone like Commander Chen to have such carelessness. Besides, after we came out, they stayed for a while. Initially, Commander Chen's voice was loud, but suddenly, it became silent. Although I could not stop to observe, my instincts told me that Commander Chen said that he was going to ask for help from the strongest powerhouse in the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. And no one could do it for him. After those words, the entire camp seemed to have become silent. Perhaps they were truly making some secret arrangements to avoid our eyes and ears. It's normal, and this doesn't mean anything. However, you said that Commander Chen would not make such a low-level mistake and say that he was going to ask for help in front of us. He even told us the exact date. It would take at least 3 days, and at most 5 or 7 days. Yes, this seems to be a small problem. If you don't pay attention, perhaps you would not think anything of it. The more Qin Wushuang thought about it, the more he felt that there was more to it. Alright, let's say that Commander Chen is suspicious of us. Just as I said, since he is suspicious, wouldn't it be the most appropriate to kill us? Why would he arrange us to work under General Manager Zhao? This was the part that Ji Mo did not understand. Qin Wushuang chuckled and continued to send his voice. This is the most complicated part of the entire process. In your opinion, killing us is the most appropriate method. Is this not the most appropriate method? Appropriate is the most appropriate, but it is definitely not the most practical. Qin Wushuang's tone appeared deep. Practical? Jimo frowned as he could not understand this. Let's think about it again. If we are spies from the 100-leaf Qin clan, to them, killing us is only killing two characters that are not much of a threat. However, if they do not kill us, there would be a lot of things to do. What things to do? Jimo was still shrouded in fog as he could not figure out the clues. This is complicated. Think about it. If we are spies from the 100-leaf Qin clan and Commander Chen told us that he was going to leave in a few days to ask for help, then, as spies, would we not pass this secret to the 100-leaf Qin clan? Yes, for sure. Jimo nodded. Then, if this is fake news, and Commander Chen did not go this way, if the 100-leaf Qin clan received this fake news and sent people to launch a sneak attack, wouldn't they fall right into Commander Chen's trap? The difference between Commander Chen being here and not being here is huge. Think about it carefully. Jimo's face turned green as he nodded slowly. Boss, from what you said, it does seem like it. If that is fake news, we would have passed it on. Most likely, the 100-leaf Qin clan would have fallen into this trap. Such a vicious person, such a vicious strategy. Qin Wushuang responded coldly. It seems that this competition is destined to be a competition of both intelligence and strength. Boss, if that's the case, how long should we wait? We don't have to wait too long, 1 or 2 days will be enough. In our eyes, all the signs indicate that Commander Chen has already left. Therefore, all of this must be Commander Chen's plan to set us up. If everything is foggy and we cannot see it clearly, then it means that Commander Chen did not suspect anything. Yes. Then let's observe for 1 or 2 days. That night was silent. On the second day, General Manager Zhao did his routine inspection of the camp. When he found Qin Wushuang's tent, he reminded them, "You too, in the next few days, do not leave the tent if you have nothing to do. Don't talk about it to the outside world. In a moment, Mr. Chen Da will come to inspect the camp. You guys must be alert and don't embarrass me." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang's heart thumped as he was even more certain of his previous judgment. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 444. After General Manager Zhao had left the tent, Lone shot a glance at Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang understood tacitly as he nodded and sent his voice. "Second, you saw it." General Manager Zhao's inspection had a hidden meaning. What kind of message was he trying to convey? Lone had to admit, he told us not to leave the tent and not to talk among ourselves. Wasn't he telling us not to spread the news that Commander Chen had left to seek help? Now, do you think Commander Chen had left or not? Qin Wushuang asked with interest. No. At this time, Lone's brain was also sharp. Qin Wushuang nodded with confidence. No rush to make a conclusion. It's not too late to make a conclusion after that Chen Da has come to inspect. Lone nodded. Okay. Haha, perhaps from Commander Chen's point of view, it's more beneficial for them that we are spies from the 100-leaf Qin clan. And for me, at this moment, I also feel that the more they treat us as spies, the happier I am. These words had made Lone completely confused. Why is that? This is called beating them at their own game. The more they feel that we are spies, the more they want us to send a false message back to the 100-leaf Qin clan. This way, our situation will be safer. Second, do you believe that even if we sneak out now, they would not chase after us? They would only treat it as an oversight and let us go. I believe you. Currently, Lone was prostrating himself before Qin Wushuang. He would believe whatever Qin Wushuang said. He was able to maintain such a relaxed attitude in such a dangerous place. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone was worthy of admiration. Not to mention that Qin Wushuang was able to stay calm and deal with an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage like Commander Chen. With this mental preparation, when Chen Da came to inspect again, it was much easier for the two of them to deal with him. Although this Chen Da was an elite warrior at the transformation void martial stage, his presence was not as strong as Commander Chen. Plus, Commander Chen had given strict orders not to show off or to probe. There was only one goal that made them believe that Commander Chen had left. After patrolling for a moment, Chen Da also left. However, Chen Da did pass on a message. From today onwards, the previous mission of patrolling every 2 hours would be changed to patrolling every hour. And each subordinate of the general manager must participate. This slight change also conveyed a message: Commander Chen had left. If Commander Chen was not absent, why would they change the patrol schedule? However, the more they passed on this message without batting an eyelid, the more Qin Wushuang believed that Commander Chen was bluffing them. He had set up a giant trap and was waiting for them to fall into it. Inside Commander Chen's secret tent, Chief Steward Zhao and Chen Da were carefully serving him. How was it? How did they perform? Commander Chen was very concerned about this matter. Chief Manager Zhao rushed to say, "They look very calm and collected. They don't seem to be as scared as they were on the first day. It seems that the psychological quality of these two brothers is very strong." Commander Chen smiled coldly. "Are they very calm?" Chen Da added, "They're very calm. Moreover, I observed them coldly. They seemed to be listening carefully to every word I said. From the looks of it, they seemed to be pondering over my words. Lord Commander, it looks like these two people are indeed guilty." Chief Steward he seized the opportunity to say. Commander Chen's face always had that kind of calm and unchanging smile. "Observe a little more. They may be observing right now. Lord Commander, what should we do next?" Commander Zhao was still somewhat worried. After all, those two were arranged to be his subordinates. In this way, the burden on his shoulders was not light. Don't do anything. Wait patiently. Wait for them to make the first move. Commander Chen smiled calmly. "I said the date. If they are spies, they will definitely make a move within 3 days. If they don't make a move within 3 days, regardless of whether they are spies or not, they will be killed without mercy." "Why is that?" Chen Da was stunned. If they wanted to kill, why not do it now? Why did they have to wait for 3 days? If they don't make a move within 3 days, there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they are not spies. The second possibility is that they are spies, but they have already seen through our plan. Therefore, they will act as if nothing happened. These 2 possibilities determine the fate of their death. Commander Chen's tone finally had a trace of spiciness. Inadvertently, his ambitious and ruthless nature was revealed. If they are not spies, there is not much use in keeping them. Whether they are here or not, it will not affect the overall situation. If they disappear quietly, it will not affect the morale of the army. If they are spies, if they don't make a move within 3 days, it means that they have seen through my plan. Such people are very scheming. Keeping them by our side is a disaster. Using them is too risky. If things go wrong, we will be used by them. Chen Da nodded thoughtfully. He finally understood. Remember, 3 days. In these 3 days, do not monitor them or test them. If they want to take the chance to run away, let them. If they run away, it is very likely that they have been tricked by us. Director he smiled flatteringly. To be precise, they have been tricked by Commander. Just like that, the first day passed peacefully. Tomorrow morning, Qin Wushuang and Ji Mo were assigned a patrol mission. They were in charge of patrolling the east side of the camp. The patrol mission was not complicated. Moreover, they took turns. Because it was about to be their turn, Qin Wushuang and Ji Mo did not rest, but stayed in the camp. Ji Mo was a little anxious. "Boss, no matter whether this is Commander Chen's plan or not, I think it is better for us to leave here than to stay here." Qin Wushuang smiled. "Who said we are going to stay here? Then we leave now?" Ji Mo said anxiously. Qin Wushuang shook his head. "Now is not the time to leave. I guess if Commander Chen is here, he must be secretly observing our movements. If we do not make any movements, it will be more dangerous. If they suspect that we are spies and we do not make any movements, it will make them even more suspicious. Thus, We must make some movements to confuse them. What movements? Jimo said with surprise. Wait for Bao Bao to come. Qin Wushuang said, perhaps tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, Bao Bao will come. During this time, we will not make any movements and act as if nothing had happened. Just as Qin Wushuang had expected, Bao Bao had come before the sun had risen. Third, you are really here. Jimo was extremely excited as he sent his voice. The situation has changed. Bao Bao was surprised. What? That Commander Chen is already suspicious of me and boss. Jimo said. What? What should we do? How about I use the Earth Elemental technique to take you guys away? Bao Bao was also extremely anxious when he heard that Qin Wushuang and the others were in danger. However, Qin Wushuang remained calm as he waved his hand to let Bao Bao control his emotions. Bao Bao, don't be hasty. Although they are suspicious of me and second, for now, there is no problem with our safety. They also plan to use us to send fake news back to the 100-leaf Qin clan. You should go back and tell the Qin clan that Commander Chen must have already sent people to call for reinforcements. Thus, the 100-leaf Qin clan must also make preparations to deal with sudden situations. Of course, it's best to strike first. Strike first. Bao Bao and Jimo were both curious. Qin Wushuang still sent his voice through his voice. Yes, strike first. Go back and tell the people of the 100-leaf Qin clan that there is a plan. Like this. Bao Bao kept nodding when he heard, okay, boss, be careful. I will go back now. Although Bao Bao was the Gold Monkey King and had the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey, his current strength was only at the refined Void Martial stage. When he had come, he had been careful along the way to eliminate any dangers. Then, he had snuck into Qin Wushuang's tent. However, when he had received instructions from Qin Wushuang to leave, he had deliberately revealed some small flaws. Captain Chen immediately grasped the flaw in the plan. The other elite warriors at the transformation Void Martial stage had also sensed it and chased after him. Commander, a moment ago, there was a weak movement of Earth Elemental Qi. Someone had used the underground technique. That's right, this person's underground technique is extremely advanced and almost impossible to grasp. Commander Chen smiled lightly. Did you all sense the direction? It's those two. Commander Chen laughed. It's those two, right? Report. Immediately, someone came in to report, Commander, those two Wu brothers were sneaking around. When it was their turn to patrol, they secretly left. Commander Chen revealed a joyful expression. Did they leave? Yes. The expression on General Manager, his face also changed drastically as he took the initiative to ask, Commander, should I go and bring them back? No need. Commander Chen said with a smile, bringing them back would only alert the enemy. Let them go. This is letting them off too easily. General Manager, he appeared to be extremely regretful. As long as they are in the castle of the 100-leaf Qin clan, we will not worry about letting them off too easily. Sooner or later, these two lives will be in our hands. Let their heads stay on their necks for a few more days. Commander Chen appeared to be extremely happy as he instructed, everyone, once this news has spread, we must start to make some preparations. Last time, General Manager Su had caught them off guard and caused the entire army to be annihilated. This time, we will set up a giant trap and wait for them to walk into it. This is called it's impolite not to reciprocate. Haha. Commander is wise. That General Manager, he continued to flatter him. Don't be too happy too early. Currently, this plan has only succeeded halfway. The 100-leaf Qin clan also has intelligent people. Before this plan succeeds, we cannot be too optimistic. Yes. As long as they dare to attack, we will have a way. General Manager, he laughed mischievously. Whether this plan succeeds or not, it will depend on whether they come out or not. Commander Chen smiled lightly. If they come out and Chen Tong returns, he will make it in time for the final battle. Even if they don't fall into the trap, when Chen Tong returns, he will also have a way to break the 100-leaf Qin clan. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 445. Outside the castle of the 100-leaf Qin clan, Patriarch Qin Bolong had led the 6 elders to welcome Qin Wushuang. They had given Qin Wushuang the highest treatment. Of course, Qin Guan and his sister, who had received Qin Wushuang's help along the way, had also come to welcome them. Boss. Bao Bao scuttled over affectionately and winked at Lone. Apparently, he was extremely excited. Young Master Qin is chivalrous and brave. I, Qin Bolong, would like to thank you on behalf of the 100-leaf Qin clan. Qin Bolong cupped his hands in a salute and held Qin Wushuang's shoulder. Boss, this is the patriarch of the 100-leaf Qin clan. Bao Bao immediately introduced. Great patriarch, we are family, please don't say such courteous words. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, as the saying goes, you cannot write 2 Qin characters with one stroke. The Qin clan of the Tian Shen land has the same origin, we are connected by blood and flesh. What I did was only part of my duty. Unfortunately, I did not contribute much due to my low strength. Young Master Qin is a promising young man. During the battle at the Duckbeak Mountain, if it weren't for you, how could we have achieved such a perfect outcome? Please come in. Among the young generation of the 100-leaf Qin clan, not many were as promising as Qin Wushuang. Especially for someone like Qin Wushuang who had both courage and strategy, there was not a single one. Thus, naturally, Qin Bolong's appreciation of Qin Wushuang had come even more urgently. When he walked into the castle of the 100-leaf Qin clan, Qin Wushuang finally understood why the 100-leaf Qin clan could make Commander Chen's group of tigers and wolves suffer such a setback. Indeed, the internal defense of this 100-leaf Qin clan was extraordinary. Young Master Qin, I heard from Tai Hong that your ancestor was once an exceptional disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. I wonder where young Master Qin's lineage has settled down. To the 100-leaf Qin clan, Qin Wushuang's identity was still a mystery. Although Bao Bao had come here, he had not received permission from Qin Wushuang. Of course, he would not expose Qin Wushuang's identity. Since Qin Wushuang had come to the 100-leaf Qin clan and recognized himself as one of them, of course he would not hide his identity. Surrounding him were the core higher-ups of the 100-leaf Qin clan. Besides the Qin brother and sister who had a lower status, they were all figures with reputations. They were not worried about his identity being exposed. To tell you the truth, Lord Patriarch, the 3 of us came from the human countries. The 2 of them are my companions. Although they are from the beast race, they are as close as brothers. Human countries. Qin Wushuang, Qin Bolong, Qin Wushuang, Qin Bolong, Qin Wushuang, Qin Wushuang. Apparently, Qin Wushuang Qins, Qin Wushuang, Qin Wushuangs. They had also deduced Qin Wushuang's identity and background. They had considered him from those exceptional Qin branches of the Shen Yuan Mound. Even if they had considered other Qin clans that did not have a great reputation, they had never considered the human countries. Even if they had cracked their brains, they had never thought in that direction. Qin Wushuang was not surprised by their reaction. In fact, if it were any other person in the Shen Yuan Mound, they would have a similar reaction if they had heard them claim to be from the human countries. Even someone as powerful as Yun Xuechen was somewhat surprised when he heard that he was from the human countries. Qin Bolong was indeed the patriarch of a clan. After a moment of astonishment, he immediately recovered and said with a smile, young Master Qin's answer is indeed out of everyone's expectation. The human countries have always been of little value in the eyes of the forbidden spiritual zones. They are dispensable. This is also the truth. Qin Wushuang did not seem to care at all. So you are from the human countries, no wonder you appeared from that direction. That place is very close to the human countries, Qin Guan interjected at this moment. Qin Guan, when I met you for the first time, I did not know your background. Thus, I did not tell you my true identity, please forgive me. Qin Guan said with a smile, benefactor, you came from the human countries, it's natural for you to hide your identity. This is the most basic rule of the Jianghu. I didn't even have the time to thank you, how could I blame you? I still haven't asked your name. Behind the patriarch, Qin Zhonglong asked with a smile. I am Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang? When Qin Zhonglong heard this name, he frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar, I must have heard it somewhere. Second brother, you have heard of it. Qin Bolong did not try to cover up his mistake. When he was at the 100-leaf state, he had always been running around for the fate of the 100-leaf Qin clan. He had never heard of those news from the human countries. After all, in the eyes of all the martial artists in the Shen Yuan Mound, most likely the human countries were of little value. In the eyes of the martial artists, they were insignificant. Since they were insignificant, of course they would not pay attention to them. Thus, Qin Wushuang had a well-known reputation in the human countries. However, in the Shen Yuan Mound, in these vast forbidden places, Qin Wushuang's reputation was almost non-existent. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhonglong mumbled to himself, Qin Wushuang, human countries. Suddenly, Qin Zhonglong slapped his thigh. Yes, I remember now. Everyone fixed their gaze on Qin Zhonglong. Qin Zhonglong said, I remember now. A few days ago, when I went out, I was investigating the missions issued by those powerhouses at the Freelance Martial Artist Union. I had accidentally heard about a mission. This mission is related to the name Qin Wushuang. Besides, Qin Wushuang in that mission also came from the human countries. Young Master Qin, in your human countries, is there a young talent with the same name as you? Without waiting for Qin Wushuang to answer, Bao Bao laughed. In the human countries, among the young people with the surname Qin, my boss is the most famous. If it were anyone else, they would not dare to name themselves with the name Qin Wushuang. Qin Zhonglong gave a long sigh. Young Master Qin, have you offended anyone? Qin Wushuang gave a free and easy smile. In the human countries, I went through fire and water and fought countless battles. I did make a lot of enemies by invading my family and my sect. Qin Zhonglong shook his head. With your strength, for sure you would not have any opponents in the human countries. Besides, regardless of how strong the enemies in the human countries are, they would not issue the mission to the Freelance Martial Artist Union of the Shen Yuan Mound. Regarding the Shen Yuan Mound, there is only one enemy. Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. That would be the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. When Qin Bolong heard this name, he could not help but draw a breath of cold air. In the Shen Yuan Mound, it was impossible for him not to have heard the name of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Zhonglong also spoke with a solemn tone. Apparently, he was also restraining his fear of this name. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang said with a calm smile, everyone, no need to worry about me. Earlier, the grudge between us and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had been resolved. Now, even if the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect were to seek revenge, it would be me alone. Since I had to avoid the eyes of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect along the way, I had concealed my identity. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not give up. Qin Bolong asked Qin Zhonglong seriously, second brother, what kind of mission did you receive? It was a bounty to kill a young man named Qin Wushuang. They had specifically stated that this young man had come from the human countries and had 2 spiritual beasts following him all year round. He had exceptional combat power. The price of this bounty was also not low. It was 50,000 gold crystal stones. 50,000 gold crystal stones? Lone cried out, the 3 of us are only worth this little money. Darn it. Who issued this stupid mission? Isn't this looking down on us? Qin Wushuang also waved his hand. Great Patriarch, and elders, I'm sorry. Today, let's not talk about the matter between me and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. As long as everyone can keep my identity a secret, I will be deeply indebted to you. Even if the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect were to chase after me all over the world, they would be helpless if they could not find my shadow. Boss, if they could not find you, would they harass the Stargaze Palace, or the Eastward Qin clan? Bao Bao was worried. I have also prepared a hand for them. Don't worry, that Luo Tianxi's backer is only an elder with a low status in the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the sect, he is not the most powerful person. Besides, before my departure, I had also made some arrangements. That would be for the best. Suddenly, Qin Bolong said, you don't have to worry too much about harming the human countries. According to the agreement made by the Forbidden Spiritual Zones 10,000 years ago, The powerhouses of the forbidden spiritual zones are not allowed to get involved in the disputes of the human countries. They are not allowed to deal with the powerhouses of the human countries for no reason to prevent a new round of conflicts from erupting in the forbidden spiritual zones. Qin Wushuang had also heard similar words. Immediately, he said seriously, "Great Patriarch, my personal matter ends here. Our top priority is to discuss how to beat back the enemies who are eyeing us covetously." That Commander Chen claimed to have gone out to call for reinforcements. I speculate that he did not go. However, it should be true about calling for reinforcements. On this day, I did not see Chen Tong. I am afraid that Chen Tong had gone to call for reinforcements for Chen Sen. The reinforcements that Commander Chen is calling for must not be ordinary. Thus, before the reinforcements arrive, we must injure the enemy severely. Or else, if the reinforcements were to gather with them, it would be a great blow to the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Yes, to make a move, we must do it within these 5 to 7 days. When the reinforcements arrive, the 100-Leaf Qin clan will become even more passive. Lone also had the same opinion. Qin Bolong did have the responsibility of a patriarch, as he said in a low voice, with the information brought back by young Master Wushuang. Since that Commander Chen is here, I am afraid that even if we mobilize all the powerhouses of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, we would not gain any advantage. For this battle, the strength of both parties is almost balanced. Now, they are competing in terms of strategy. That Commander Chen had deliberately released false information and set up a trap for the 100-Leaf Qin clan to fall into. To break it, we must start with this strategy and beat them at their own game. How to beat them at their own game? Young Master Wushuang, do you have any good ideas? After a moment of thinking, Qin Wushuang nodded and said, Commander Chen had deliberately created the illusion that he was not here. Then, we must follow this illusion to use our strategy. Let's do it in the dark. Today is still a social gathering. The old rules will be made up for tomorrow. In the next few days, Old Bull will reignite his firepower and prepare to explode. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 446. On the surface, they were building one path, but secretly plotting another. Qin Wushuang's plan was the key for the 100-Leaf Qin clan to get through this difficult time. Qin Bolong immediately asked, Young Master Wushuang, please explain in detail. Qin Wushuang said calmly, Patriarch, may I ask, who is the strongest warrior in the 100-Leaf Qin clan? It's my 9th great-uncle, Qin Sheng. Qin Bolong said honestly. On that day, it should be this senior Qin Sheng who fought with Commander Chen in the sky above the 100-Leaf Qin clan's castle, right? Qin Wushuang asked. Yes, 9th great-uncle is the only elite warrior at the profound void martial stage in the 100-Leaf Qin clan, and Tai Hong is 9th great-uncle's contract spiritual beast, his old partner for a few hundred years. Qin Wushuang nodded slowly and said in a low voice, the key to this battle is to lure Commander Chen away. If we can lure Commander Chen away, with senior Qin Sheng's strength, he could use his profound void martial stage power to defeat the others. Regardless of the 4 general managers, or Commander Chen's 2 trusted aides at the transformation void martial stage, Chen Tong and Chen Da, they would be powerless to fight against senior Qin Sheng. Now, the problem is whether we can find an elite warrior with enough strength to lure Commander Chen away and pretend to be senior Qin Sheng for a short period of time. Such a candidate made things difficult for Qin Bolong and the others. Both Qin Bolong and Qin Zhonglong knew clearly what it meant to have the strength of the profound void martial stage. They were elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage. However, before 9th great-uncle, they did not have any capital to resist. The difference of one stage was fatal and could not be filled. Young Master Wushuang, that Chen Sen has the same strength as my 9th great-uncle. Even my 9th great-uncle could not defeat him with his divine skills. In the 100-Leaf Qin clan, we cannot find another person that could be on par with Chen Sen. Qin Bolong did not hide his strength. Qin Wushuang said with a light smile, if there is no such figure, then we must plan something else for this battle. Do you have any other ideas? Apparently, Qin Bolong held Qin Wushuang in high esteem. Patriarch, can I pay a visit to Senior Qin Sheng? Qin Wushuang suddenly raised this question. At this moment, Qin Wushuang already had a plan in mind. Since he had just entered the Xian Yuan Mound, it would not be a good idea if he stayed here for too long. Thus, he also hoped to help the 100-leaf Qin clan out of their predicament as soon as possible. From there, he would understand the exact situation of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Qin Bolong said straightforwardly, "Okay, I will go ask for instructions for young Master Wushuang. My 9th great-uncle holds a supreme position at the 100-leaf Qin clan. Even if me and second brother wanted to see him, we would need to ask for permission. Please forgive me, young Master Wushuang. Lord Patriarch, please go ahead." Qin Wushuang naturally wouldn't care about this. Ever since Qin Sheng fought with He Chensen, he returned to the castle and went into seclusion again. He also knew that this time, the 100-leaf Qin clan was facing a tough opponent. Therefore, he didn't want to give up any precious time to cultivate. If he raised it by 1 point, he would raise it by 1 point. In a fight between insightful Emptiness Realm experts, even the slightest advantage could sometimes be fatal. 9th Granduncle, Bolong requests an audience. Qin Bolong's voice came from outside the door. Qin Sheng frowned slightly. Inwardly, he thought, could it be that group of mercenaries had launched another attack? "What is it?" Qin Sheng said with a light tone and did not show much emotion. 9th Granduncle, it's like this. There is a disciple of the Qin clan from the human countries. Qin Bolong said in a protective tone and explained the general situation of Qin Wushuang. After Qin Sheng had finished listening, he felt somewhat strange. A disciple of the Qin clan from the human countries? The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan also has a branch in the human countries? 9th Granduncle, it's true. Through various information channels, we also found out that there is indeed a branch of the Qin clan in the human countries. For this Qin Wushuang, in the recent few years, he had also gained a great reputation and was a hot topic that no one dared to challenge. At such a young age, he already has strength close to the Void Martial stage. And this kid is not even 20 years old. Human countries, less than 20 years old, close to the Void Martial stage? When Qin Sheng heard up to this point, he could not help but have some strange thoughts. For your information, for such achievement, none of the disciples of the 100-leaf Qin clan could compare to him. However, the 100-leaf Qin clan had mingled in the Xian Yuan Mound. Regarding the training environment, it was more than 10 times better than the human countries. With this comparison, it further highlighted the extraordinariness of this disciple called Qin Wushuang from the human countries. He wants to see me. Qin Sheng felt somewhat suspicious. Usually, as an elite warrior at the profound Void Martial stage, ordinary young people would not even have the time to avoid him. It would be impossible for them to ask to see him. Most likely, they would not even have the courage to think about it. Yes. Qin Bolong answered honestly. For such a young man, I must meet him. If he is a good seedling, I will recommend him to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. It would be a great contribution to the headquarters. Bolong, arrange it. I want to see him at the inner courtyard of the castle. Yes. When Qin Bolong heard the permission from 9th Granduncle, he left happily. Young Master Wushuang, in our inner courtyard, only the core disciples and above are qualified to live here. When you get out of this hall, walk towards the back. After you pass through the corridor, you will arrive at the backyard. 9th Granduncle will meet you there. Qin Bolong said patiently. Great Patriarch, indeed, this Qin courtyard is extraordinary. In the human countries, even the royal palace did not pay such attention. Qin Bolong chuckled. This is nothing. In the future, when you go to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, you will truly experience the so-called majestic temperament. It will truly be the feeling of swallowing the heaven and earth. While they were talking, these two had already passed through the long corridor. Young Master Wushuang, 9th Granduncle wants to see you alone. I will escort you here. Turn right and you will arrive at the backyard. Qin Bolong stopped and said. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and walked forward. In the quiet backyard, large trees were planted with shade. Before Qin Wushuang had walked closer, he felt a wave of strange temperament. It was not tyrannical, nor was it tyrannical. Instead, it was a miraculous state of nature. It was as if the entire world had condensed into this small space and turned into nothingness. In between his thoughts, the entire world seemed to have condensed into this small space. And in this small space, an old man with grey hair and beard stood leisurely under the tree with his hands behind his back. He fixed his gaze forward. Qin Wushuang only felt that if he took one step forward or one step back, he would destroy this harmonious environment. At this moment, he could not help but stop his footsteps. Qin Wushuang? Finally, the old man spoke with a smile on his face. Senior Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang's eyes also lit up. Yes, indeed, heroes come from the youth. Under such environment, I am afraid even Bolong and the others would find it difficult to remain calm. Nice, at such a young age, you have the temperament of a grandmaster. Qin Sheng's compliment did not make Qin Wushuang feel proud. In fact, Qin Wushuang's temperament had benefited from the accumulation of his past and present lives. Especially in his former life, he was a supreme grandmaster and was highly respected by others. He had never lost his temperament in any situation. Currently, although he was meeting an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, it did not make Qin Wushuang feel too much pressure. Regarding the profound void martial stage, Chen Sen was also at the profound void martial stage. And he was from the enemy camp. Before Chen Sen, Qin Wushuang remained calm and composed. Additionally, although an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage was strong, he was not the strongest person Qin Wushuang had ever met. Not to mention that unpredictable trickster Li Buyi, for sure, Senior Yun Xuechen's strength was far above an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage. For this point, Qin Wushuang had deduced it from countless details. Before Yun Xuechen, although Qin Wushuang did not lose his respect, he did not feel the so-called fear or uneasiness. This was his innate temperament. I am Qin Wushuang, it is my honor to meet you, Senior Qin Sheng. Ha, good. With an indifferent expression, Qin Sheng pointed to the stone bench, sit. After he had sat down, that Qin Sheng still had that indifferent expression. Young talent from the Qin clan of the human countries, I must say that you are a surprise. Senior Qin Sheng. Wushuang was in a hurry to see him, not because he wanted to hear Senior's praise. Since this is an emergency, please allow me to ask. Do you have any methods to defeat the enemy? This question was somewhat sharp. Of course. Who was Qin Sheng? Of course, he would not care about these things with a junior. He smiled lightly. I heard from Bolong that you have some ideas. I do not have 100% confidence in those strategies. However, Chen Sen is waiting for the 100-leaf Qin clan to launch a surprise attack on them. This mentality of theirs could be exploited. Besides, there is not much time. When their reinforcements arrive, the situation would become even more unfavorable. Without 100% confidence, you came to see me. Could it be you want to persuade me to take a gamble? A trace of strange light flashed across Qin Sheng's eyes. No, I have a direct and effective method. Qin Wushuang had made up his mind. What method? Qin Sheng could not help but be moved. It's simple, kill Chen Sen directly. Qin Wushuang's tone was also extremely cold. Ha. Qin Sheng's tone was bitter as he slowly shook his head. In the entire 100-leaf Qin clan, the person that could kill Chen Sen has not appeared. That Chen Sen's strength is on par with mine. Unless the headquarter of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain sends out an elite warrior at the elder level, it would be difficult to kill Chen Sen. Senior Qin Sheng, if I could make everything easy, would you dare to try? Oh! Lights flashed across Qin Sheng's eyes as he looked at Qin Wushuang with astonishment. Senior, you two are on par with each other. Indeed, it would be difficult for you to kill him head-on. However, what if I lend you a divine weapon? Divine weapon? Qin Sheng laughed and shook his head with a long sigh. My 100-leaf Qin clan has never seen any divine weapons in the Xian Yuan Mound. How could there be so many divine weapons in this world? Qin Wushuang did not answer and took the graceful spiritual bow in his hand. As he urged his spiritual qi slightly, The graceful spiritual bow immediately shone with divine lights. This resplendent light almost made people unable to open their eyes. Even the knowledgeable Qin Sheng was dumbstruck as he stuttered. This object emits profound divine lights and has a flamboyant charm. It is a rare divine weapon. Indeed, it is a divine weapon. As he mumbled, the way he looked at Qin Wushuang had become different than before. This. Did your ancestor leave this behind? This way, your ancestor was not ordinary at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 447. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not explain anything. The reason why he was willing to take out the graceful spiritual bow was after careful consideration. It was a form of recognition to the bloodline of the Qin family. This form of recognition did not come out of nowhere. Instead, he had slowly felt the same way through his experiences. Ever since he had entered the Xian Yuan Mound, he had persevered in taking his sister to escape, and the disciples of the Qin family who would rather die than submit under General Manager Su's butcher knife. All these experiences had increased Qin Wushuang's impression of the 100-leaf Qin clan. And after seeing Qin Bolong, the patriarch, Qin Wushuang had seen the unique temperament and boldness of the disciples of the Qin family. Most importantly, up to this moment, he could not think of a 100% safe method to defeat the enemy. To solve the crisis of the 100-leaf Qin clan, the most direct method was to kill Chen Sen, the leader of the enemy. He would cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife and do it cleanly. Qin Wushuang asked himself that it should not be a problem for him to use the graceful spiritual bow to kill an elite warrior at the refined void martial stage. However, it would not be feasible to cross 3 levels to kill someone at the profound void martial stage like Chen Senator. The success rate would not be 1%. However, if an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage were to use the graceful spiritual bow, the power would be incomparable. Senior Qin Sheng, there are only 3 arrows that match this bow. If I lend it to you, can you kill Chen Sen within 3 arrows? Qin Sheng's eyes did not leave the graceful spiritual bow. He took a deep breath and said, "This bow is an extraordinary object, I can see through it with one look. However, even if you lend it to me, without 10 to 15 days of familiarization, it would be difficult to unleash its advantages. However, I am confident that I can kill an elite warrior at the same level as me within 3 arrows. Great." Qin Wushuang slapped his thigh. If Senior Qin Sheng has such confidence, then this battle will be a complete victory. He handed the graceful spiritual bow forward. "Senior, in this battle, whether or not this bow can kill an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage will depend on you. Whether or not the 100-leaf Qin clan can solve this crisis, it will all depend on you." Qin Sheng's indifferent expression finally showed great joy. He laughed loudly. "Good, good, good." After saying the word good 3 times in a row, Qin Sheng then praised from the bottom of his heart, "Young man, it's already very extraordinary to have your cultivation and fortune. It's rare to have such a temperament. You lent me such a divine weapon just like that. Just based on your trust in me, Chen Sen's life is mine. Young man, can you tell me why you trust me so much? Could it be that you're not afraid that I'll take your divine weapon for myself? Senior, although I'm young, I know what it means to be connected by blood." Although the disciples of the Qin clan had different personalities, deep in their bones, there was always a form of loftiness that did not follow the crowd. From you, from Patriarch Qin Bolong, even from the young generation of the 100-leaf Qin clan, you all have such similar temperament. This is not something that others can impersonate. Good. What a great bloodline. Qin Sheng laughed and stood up. Time is of the essence. Today is the day of the battle. All the backbones of the Qin clan were gathered together. With a solemn expression, Qin Sheng looked at all the backbones of the 100-leaf Qin clan before him. All disciples of the 100-leaf Qin clan, is the Qin bloodline flowing in your body boiling? The 100-leaf Qin clan is being forced to their door. Will the disciples of the Qin clan yield to them? A series of questions, from Patriarch Qin Bolong to the ordinary backbones, each of them were filled with righteous indignation as they gnashed their teeth. Apparently, The 100-Leaf Qin clan also deeply resented those evil powerhouses that had bullied their door. Now, although the bandits have retreated temporarily, the crisis of the 100-Leaf Qin clan has not been resolved. The enemy still surrounded the castle of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. It's like a devil's claw that is pinching the throat of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Now, let's go and cut off this devil's claw. Qin Sheng's voice did not exaggerate nor incite the crowd. However, when these words came out from his mouth, it carried a form of magical power that made people believe that he had the ability to do it. Bolong, take a group of people and depart from here. Zhonglong, you also take a group of people. Tai Hong, you and your son will be a group of people and wait at this position. When they were assigned here, suddenly, Qin Sheng's tone paused. It was because he realized that they still lacked someone who could disrupt the enemy's formation. At this moment, the guard outside the castle came to report, "Patriarch, outside the castle, Qin Zhao has returned. And he has brought a young master." Qin Zhao brought a young master? Qin Bolong could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Initially, Qin Zhao was captured by the enemy. I heard that he was saved by a young man from the Zhufang clan. Could it be that young man from the Zhufang clan came back with Qin Zhao? It's possible. Qin Zhonglong nodded. Let them come here directly. At this crucial moment, Qin Bolong did not want to waste any time. In a moment, Qin Zhao brought a person to the inner courtyard of the Qin clan. That young man had an extraordinary temperament. Indeed, he was that young man that Qin Wushuang had seen at the Black Raven Royal City. Qin Wushuang still remembered that he had given himself a name, Zhufang Yunfei. Initially, this Zhufang Yunfei's flying sword technique had made General Manager Su feel inferior. The scene was filled with envy and admiration. "Patriarch, I am back." As soon as Qin Zhao returned, he knelt on the ground. "I am useless and was captured by the enemy. If it wasn't for this young master Zhufang, I am afraid that I would have died." Qin Bolong said, "Stand up and speak." Now, Qin Zhao stood up and introduced, "This young master Zhufang is the great benefactor who saved me at the execution ground. I am Zhufang Yunfei. Nice to meet you all." Zhufang Yunfei's bearing was truly admirable. It was clear that his eyesight was also very accurate. With a glance, he could tell that although Qin Bolong was the clan leader, the person with the most authority was still the old man, Qin Sheng. Thus, Zhufang Yunfei was the first one to be rude to Qin Sheng to show his respect to an elite warrior. When he turned to look at Qin Wushuang, his expression clearly froze. "You," Qin Wushuang said with a smile. "Indeed, young Master Zhufang has a good memory. When we brushed past each other in the crowd, you remembered me." "That's right, we did meet at the Black Raven Royal City." Zhufang Yunfei laughed. "At that time, I felt that you were about to make a move and kept making eye contact with the people next to me. I wanted to wait for you guys to make a move first. We had the intention, but we did not have the speed like young Master Zhufang." "Young Master Zhufang, could it be you are a disciple of the Zhufang clan, one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates?" Qin Sheng sized Zhufang Yunfei for a moment and asked without batting an eyelid. "That's right." Zhufang Yunfei answered honestly. "Unfortunately, those are all in the past. Currently, my Zhufang clan is no longer one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. The Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates are like the change of dynasties. The ups and downs are unpredictable. The fact that the Zhufang clan once resided at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is a form of supreme glory. With this foundation, it's not impossible for us to return to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the future." Zhufang Yunfei was rather modest as he said with a smile, "This is the goal that I trained hard for. One day, I will let the name of the Zhufang clan become one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates again." "Young man, you have ambition, great. Patriarch Qin, I see that a few hundred miles outside the Qin castle, vividly, there seems to be powerful enemies surrounding. I wonder if the 100-Leaf Qin clan has a way to break through the enemy?" Zhufang Yunfei asked curiously. "We do have a way to break through the enemy, but we still lack a capable person. Young Master Zhufang has exceptional skills and can fly on the sword. You are suitable for this task." Zhufang Yunfei raised his sword-like eyebrow. "Oh?" Qin Sheng said with a smile, breaking through the enemy is right before us, we only lack someone to disrupt the enemy's camp. Young Master Zhu Fang is an exceptional disciple of the Zhu Fang clan. You are extraordinary and can take on this task. I just wonder if you would be willing to do me the honor and help. The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan once helped the Zhu Fang clan. It's natural for us to work for the Qin clan. Please let me know if you need me. Okay, young Master Zhu Fang, you will be in charge of harassing the enemy's camp. Commander Chen Sen of the enemy has come out, you must not fight him. This person is an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage and is not to be underestimated. Zhu Fang Yunfei said in a low voice, elite warrior at the profound void martial stage? Then we should not underestimate him. Boss, let's go join in the fun. Bao Bao said. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, for this battle, we will listen to Senior Qin Sheng's arrangements. Qin Sheng laughed, you three will go with Tai Hong and be in charge of surrounding and attacking, how about it? Okay. After he had finished arranging, Qin Sheng waved his arm and shouted, everyone listen to my orders. We will depart immediately according to the plan, we will attack at dusk. Yes. For this battle, Qin Sheng did not arrange many people. There were only a few dozen people. Naturally, their absolute strength was much weaker than Chen Sen's side. However, the main point of this battle was to kill the leader. As long as they could kill Chen Sen, the leader, it would be easy to kill these mercenaries. Thus, for this battle, the performance of the other people was secondary. The most crucial part was whether Qin Sheng could kill Chen Sen or not. Currently, information kept coming back from Chen Sen's giant tent. Suddenly, a trace of a strange smile emerged from the corner of Chen Sen's mouth. Everyone, the 100-leaf Qin clan. They seem to be unable to sit still and have made a move. It seems that the fish has taken the bait and they have lost their patience. Prepare yourselves. Follow my plan and prepare for battle. Chen Sen smiled casually. This time, he was confident that victory was within his grasp since he had lured the 100-leaf Qin clan out. Immediately, the three general managers gathered their teams. Everyone, stay alert. The 100-leaf Qin clan is about to make a move. A fierce battle is coming. Everyone, bring out your best. This is your chance to make a contribution. It's time for everyone to fight for the bounty. Their simple mobilization had caused the blood of these freelance martial artists to boil. They could not do anything to the Qin castle. However, since the 100-leaf Qin clan had taken the initiative to attack, it would be the best. For this battle, regardless of anything, they must take out the 100-leaf Qin clan. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 448. Everyone, listen up. Outside the camp, shouts from the 100-leaf Qin clan resonated from all directions. Your leader, Chen Sen, has gone out to seek help. Everything is within our expectations. Now, with the forefather of the Qin clan stepping out personally, besides Chen Sen, no one else is qualified to fight against him. In today's battle, those who surrender will live. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded across all four corners of the hillside. At the same time as this voice, Zhu Fang Yunfei descended from the sky while riding on his flying sword. He tapped the ground with his feet and tens of thousands of sword lights shot down like rain. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Instantly, a chaotic sound emerged from all around the camp. As soon as Zhu Fang Yunfei made his move, the three groups of people from the 100-leaf Qin clan all rushed in. Once again, a terrifying smile emerged from the corner of Chen Sen's mouth. This was a sinister smile. He mumbled to himself eerily, good timing. Suddenly, he lifted his body and soared to the sky like a long dragon breaking through the sky. He straightened the long sword in his hand and laughed, I, Chen Sen, am here. All the invading Qin clansmen, don't leave a single one, kill. As Chen Sen spoke, he waved his long sword and rolled up a wave of sharp sword light. He guided the tip of the sword and slashed towards Zhu Fang Yunfei. The speed of this sword light was extremely fast. As soon as it rolled over, Zhu Fang Yunfei instantly felt a wave of devouring power. It was as if his entire body had been sucked in by some mysterious power. In between this move, the power of an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage allowed Zhu Fang Yunfei to deeply experience the difference between them. He gritted his teeth and rode his flying sword to the sky at a high speed. Chen Sen laughed eerily. "You want to escape? I will use you as an offering to my sword." He lifted his body casually and rolled into the sky. Instantly, he had shortened the distance between him and Zhu Fang Yunfei. This speed, this temperament, no wonder he was an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage. However, Chen Sen never expected that with this jump, he had become a live target after he had lifted his body into the air. Qin Sheng was hiding far behind the forest. When he saw this scene, he gently lifted his arm. The graceful spiritual bow in his hand emitted a beautiful aurora-like brilliance. At this moment, Chen Sen suddenly realized something and turned his head around. His gaze was like lightning as it shot toward the direction of the forest. He asked with a cold smile, "Qin clan's old ancestor, why are you hiding and not coming out?" Although Chen Sen could feel Qin Sheng's murderous aura enveloping him, he could not see the graceful spiritual bow in Qin Sheng's hand. However, the innate sensitivity of a void interpretation stage expert allowed him to faintly notice a trace of a subtle change. Danger. Chen Sen's eyelids twitched as his heart skipped a beat. He had never experienced such a feeling before. At the Xian Yuan Mound, he was not considered a top elite warrior. However, in the orderly mountain prefecture, especially in these territories, he was considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Within his control, he had never encountered such a strange feeling like today. This natural instinct for danger made him feel a deep sense of uneasiness and impatience from his pores to his skin. Normally, after they had lured out the powerhouses of the Qin clan, under the situation where they had absolute strength, they already had a 70 to 80% chance of winning. However, where did this sense of danger come from? He did not have the time to think about it. His instinct did not allow him to be careless. He quickly dropped his body and transformed into a wave of red light to escape to the ground. He had abandoned Zhu Fang Feiyun. However, when he had sensed the danger, Qin Sheng had already pulled the graceful spiritual bow. And when Chen Sen started to escape, the jade-green arrow had already left the bow. Whoosh! The beautiful sound was like the sound of nature. The beautiful arc was like a beautiful rainbow. This arrow was the one that would determine life and death, the winner and loser. Like the King of Hell's talisman, it did not carry a trace of emotion or pity as it shot directly at the ball of light that Chen Sen had transformed into. This arrow seemed to have been imbued with divine power. It was full of spirituality as it firmly entangled the ball of light. No matter how fast it fell, its capturing power was unmistakably accurate. It was so accurate that it was as if it was fated to meet. Boom! When this arrow hit the ball of light, it instantly shattered all the lights. The lights sparkled and transformed into specks of starlight that shot out in all directions. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. However, this ball of light was Chen Sen's camouflage to escape. When this ball of light was broken, it was like a chick breaking open. Other than the eggshell, Chen Sen was like a chick that had just hatched, completely unharmed. However, he shouted, "Old monster of the Qin clan, you actually have a divine weapon?" Qin Sheng laughed. "Chen Sen, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Accept your fate." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 consecutive arrows were shot out almost at the same time. One above and one below, completely sealing off all of Chen Sen's escape routes. If the first arrow had only broken open the ball of light, then these 2 arrows, other than his own defensive power and escape ability, had no other defensive capabilities. Chen Sen's body was originally spinning rapidly. After the protection of the ball of light was broken open, his escape technique was also in use. As long as he had a breath's time, it would be enough for him to escape 100 miles away. However, in a battle between experts, half a breath's time was already very precious, not to mention 1 breath's time. Chen Sen's pupils suddenly enlarged infinitely. His eyes were completely filled with a despairing green color. It was as if all of a sudden, The heaven and earth had dimmed down and was surrounded by this suffocating green color. In the next moment, Chen Sen's body seemed to have been fixed. As if it had an infinite magical power, it firmly fixed Chen Sen's body in place. Poochie, poochie, 2 consecutive sounds. The jade green arrow, from the body to the soul, completely destroyed Chen Sen, who was still insufferably arrogant just a moment ago. This destructive momentum and speed simply made Qin Sheng, who was using the graceful spiritual bow, dumbstruck. Boom! The green light soared into the sky. Chen Sen's body, as if it was cut open inch by an invisible divine knife, turned into a bloody mess and scattered in the sky. The insufferably arrogant elite warrior of the profound void martial stage had fallen just like that. In midair, Zhufang Yunfei, who saw this scene from afar, was also dumbstruck. He never thought that this Chen Sen, being an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, had died so quickly. It could be said that there were no signs, no power to resist, and he did not even have the time to react. After a moment of being stunned, Zhufang Yunfei regained his senses and shouted, "Chen Sen is dead, Chen Sen is dead." Hearing Zhufang Yunfei's call, Qin Bolong and his brother, Tai Hong, Qin Wushuang and the others were overjoyed at the unexpected good news. All of them strengthened their attacks from all sides. Qin Sheng put away the graceful spiritual bow and the 3 jade green arrows. He also shouted while floating in the air, "Everyone, don't hold back. Those who offend the 100-leaf Qin clan, we will kill without mercy. Today, kill to your heart's content. Kill to your heart's content. Kill to your heart's content. Kill." After Qin Sheng had finished instructing, he also gave a long whistle. Like a falcon pouncing on its prey, he dived down. As an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, without an elite warrior at the same level, it was as easy as a wolf entering a flock of sheep when he charged into a group of enemies. In a few attacks, he had killed a few elite warriors at the refined void martial stage. And these few elite warriors at the refined void martial stage did not have the power to fight him. Each of them had been swept away in one move. In a battle at this level, without a leader, the party would fall into a passive state. A group of dragons without a leader could not hold on, not to mention this motley crew. Initially, they had been tied together by benefits. When they learned that Chen Sen had been killed, their previous courage and confidence had instantly collapsed. Besides running for their lives, each of them did not have the heart to linger in battle. Including those 3 general managers, fear had surpassed all other emotions. Now, in order to save their lives, how could these people care about deployment or formation? Plus with Qin Wushuang and the other 2 groups of people, they were utterly defeated. The most fatal part was that after Qin Sheng had killed Chen Sen, his temperament had reached the peak. The long spear in his hand was like a poisonous dragon. With each spear attack, someone would lose their life before his astonishing attack. Now, with Chen Sen dead, Chen Tong had gone to the dark green cloud Daoist sect to ask for reinforcements. Chen Da was equivalent to the highest leader. However, at this moment, Chen Da was also dumbfounded. After all, Chen Sen's death was too sudden and unexpected. At the same time, it was a huge blow to their morale. With Chen Da's experience, at this crucial moment, he could not control the others. The scene immediately became chaotic. Their defense was like tofu dregs that were constantly being broken apart and trampled on by others. Chen Da, the 4 of us will form a group. Don't split up. General Manager Zhao was the first one to call out. General Manager He, who had always liked to flatter Commander Chen Sen, also shouted, "Yes, the 4 of us will work together to break through their encirclement. Whether we can escape with our lives, it will depend on whether we can work together. Okay, let's charge together." Chen Da used all his strength to move closer to the 3 general managers. When these 4 elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage gathered together, inwardly, they had gained some confidence. Initially, they could have escaped through the air. However, at this moment, the old ancestor of the Qin clan was floating in the air like an angry King Kong. If they were to escape through the air, they would hit the tip of the spear. Thus, they decided to work together to break through the encirclement on the ground. Facing Qin Bolong and Qin Zhonglong would be more ideal than facing this mysterious old ancestor of the Qin clan. Only, without Chen Sen's protection, how could they afford to carry out such wishful thinking? Qin Sheng said with a smile, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage. I only have 3 arrows here. Let's shoot at 3 people and see who is luckier to not die under my arrows. After he had finished speaking, he pulled the graceful spiritual bow again and shot out 3 arrows. There were no accidents and no luck. It was impossible for a miracle to happen. The graceful spiritual bow had revealed its power, and wherever the jade green arrows went, the 3 general managers seemed to have been locked in place. While they were dumbstruck, the arrows had already entered their bodies. The same explosion, the same green light had broken through their bodies, and the same amount of flesh and blood had scattered everywhere. Instantly, the 3 elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage had turned into ashes. Qin Sheng also felt a chill run down his spine as he thought inwardly, good heavens, I am afraid this object is truly a divine weapon. At such a young age, that Qin Wushuang already had such luck to not get devoured by this divine weapon. It seems that he is a person with profound luck. With endless sighs, Qin Sheng's expectation of Qin Wushuang had also increased imperceptibly. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 449. The sudden turn of events caused Chen Sen's side to completely collapse. With Chen Sen's death, the 3 general managers had also been killed instantly. The remaining Chen Da's eyes had turned red as he desperately tried to charge outside. However, under this situation, the 100-leaf Qin clan had formed an iron bucket formation around this area. Regardless of how he tried to charge left and right, all he encountered were elite warriors of the 100-leaf Qin clan. Patriarch Qin Bolong, Qin Zhonglong, and Tai Hong, these 3 elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage were all figures that could threaten Chen Da. The most fatal part was that Qin Sheng, the most threatening one, was still taking care of him from the side. Qin Sheng did not make many moves. However, he had locked onto the entire battle area with his spiritual perception. It would be fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, it meant that he would reap a life. Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao also slaughtered to their heart's content in a group of 3. To Qin Wushuang, he had no intention to be the main character in this battle. To Qin Wushuang, the greatest meaning of this battle was to make a fortune in silence. Currently, his spiritual qi was 80 or 90% mature on the path to the perfect stage. One could almost say that he was only 1 step away from the unreachable spiritual martial force in the past. Thus, in this battle, although Qin Wushuang did not have the graceful spiritual bow as his trump card, the Fury Dragon Soul was like a tiger that had grown wings in his hands. Plus, with Bao Bao and the Purple Flame Electric Beast supporting him from the sides, Qin Wushuang had gained endless benefits from the 3-in-1 attack. Chen Sen, who was at the Profound Void martial stage, was shot to death by Qin Sheng immediately. Instantly, 3 of the 4 elite warriors at the Transformation Void martial stage had also been killed. The remaining Chen Da was battered and exhausted like a trapped beast. The remaining freelance martial artists were either at the refined void martial force or the spiritual martial force. To Bao Bao and the Purple Flame Electric Beast, the refined void martial stage was no longer a threat. And in the eyes of Qin Wushuang and the others, the spiritual martial force was an existence that could be ignored. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wushuang's Fury Dragon Soul had trapped 2 freelance martial artists at the perfect stage. He initiated the genuine qi from the power of Deep North and absorbed all the spiritual qi from these 2. Apart from the people involved, no one else would be able to tell what was going on. The people who were locked onto by Qin Wushuang's whip twitched and shriveled up. Even if someone were to witness this scene, they would only think that Qin Wushuang's Fury Flood Dragon Soul had some special and miraculous effect. They would never be able to think of any other reason. After all, the power of Deep North was too novel for the cultivators of this world. It was a cultivation technique that they had never heard of before. Since they hadn't seen it before, they naturally wouldn't think of it that way. Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast were also having a great time killing. If one were to say that Bao Bao had held back and did not use all his power, then the purple flame electric beast had used this battle to vent all the anger inside his heart. In this battle, there were 7 or 8 elite warriors that had died at the hands of the purple flame electric beast. After Chen Da had been killed, this massacre had become much easier. Without their leader, these wandering warriors were completely exposed as a motley crew. Fighting on their own would only make them die faster. Under the attack of the Qin disciples who were like tigers and wolves, not a single one of them had escape. On the side of the 100-leaf Qin clan, besides a few disciples at the spiritual martial force that had died, all the elite warriors at the void martial stage were unharmed. Indeed, this battle was a complete victory. Even Qin Bolong had never imagined that this battle would be so successful. Even the most optimistic person would not have imagined that the result of this battle would end with the 100-leaf Qin clan obtaining a complete victory. The most gratifying thing was that this complete victory was built on the foundation of low casualties. This was even rarer. Qin Sheng laughed. God bless the Qin clan, did everyone see it? This is the fortune of the Qin clan. At the most crucial moment, our fortune is still very strong. Tai Hong also came up. In the history of the 100-leaf Qin clan, this battle was the most satisfying and the most brilliant battle, right? After this battle, those people who had set their eyes on the 100-leaf Qin clan should consider their own strength. Qin Zhonglong also felt that his anger had been vented. Qin Sheng turned to look at Qin Wushuang. For an elite warrior like him, even if he felt grateful, he would not show it on his face. He only gave a light sigh. This time, in the end, the 100-leaf Qin clan was able to win because of young Master Wushuang's help. Yes. Qin Bolong also kept on praising Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Everyone, now is not the time to be happy. Although the main evil, Chen Sen, has been killed, don't forget that there are still some fish that escaped the net." Fish that escaped the net? Qin Bolong was somewhat confused. "We have found the bodies of all the enemies, except for Chen Tong. That Chen Tong must have gone to get reinforcements on behalf of Chen Sen, as I had predicted. This Chen Tong would not be a big deal. If the reinforcements he had brought back were acquainted with Chen Sen, for sure, there would be more to this matter." Qin Wushuang poured a bucket of cold water on them to prevent the people of the 100-leaf Qin clan from getting too excited. Qin Sheng said in a low voice, "That's right, if that Chen Tong had truly gone to the dark green cloud Daoist sect to ask for help, for sure, the people he had brought would not be ordinary. For your information, the dark green cloud Daoist sect is unquestionably the #1 major powerhouse in the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. If they had brought elite warriors from the scattered cloud Daoist sect, this matter would be extremely troublesome. However," Tai Hong said, "Master, the dark green cloud Daoist sect is strong only within the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. In the entire Xianyuan Mound, the dark green cloud Daoist sect is only a quasi-second-rate powerhouse. I am afraid they are only a little bit stronger than the third-rate and close to the second-rate level, right? Could it be that they would risk offending the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan and become enemies with the 100-leaf Qin clan? If it were 3,000 years ago, I am afraid even the lowest branch of the Qin clan would not dare to provoke the dark green cloud Daoist sect. However, currently, the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is complicated. The headquarter of the Qin clan is in dire straits and the position of all the branches of the Qin clan has dropped significantly. It would be another matter to discuss the attitude of the dark green cloud Daoist sect. Qin Sheng had lived for a few hundred years and was used to seeing the ups and downs of the world. The fickleness of the world. When the Qin clan was at its peak, all the Qin clan under the world were high and mighty. Even the most tyrannical powerhouses would not dare to offend the branches of the Qin clan easily. However, now, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was in a bad situation. Naturally, the situation faced by all the branches of the Qin clan had also become subtle. Chen Sen is already dead. Even if people of the dark green cloud Daoist sect had some relationship with Chen Sen, they would not become enemies with the 100-leaf Qin clan for a dead person. Although the 100-Leaf Qin clan is not as strong as the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect, if they were to become enemies with the 100-Leaf Qin clan, they would not have a peaceful life. Being the patriarch of a clan, Qin Bolong also had his own responsibility and boldness as he spoke boldly. Ninth great uncle, Chen Sen is on par with you. Even if he had some relationship with the people of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect, it would only be between elite warriors at the profound void martial stage. Could it be that he could invite elite warriors at the perfect void martial stage? Perfect void martial stage? Qin Sheng laughed mischievously. In the entire Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect, there would not be more than 3 people at the perfect void martial stage. If he is not at the perfect void martial stage, then we would have more confidence. Tai Hong shouted. Let's not talk about this for now. Clean up the scene and destroy all traces of the battle. When Chen Tong had truly invited elite warriors, we would have enough time to deal with them. This was Qin Bolong's idea. However, Qin Wushuang only smiled lightly. Apparently, he had a different opinion. What is young Master Wushuang's opinion? Qin Sheng glanced at Qin Wushuang's expression and knew that Qin Wushuang must have some other opinion. At the moment, he asked with a smile. Wushuang's knowledge is shallow. However, I feel that in the current situation, rather than waiting for them to arrive at the castle of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, it would be better to intercept them halfway and make them retreat. If we could kill that Chen Tong and cut off this escape route, even people of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect would not risk their lives for a dead person. Take the initiative to intercept. A trace of astonishment flashed across Qin Bolong's eyes. He felt that Qin Wushuang's opinions were always so bold and full of passion. Take the initiative to intercept. Before the elite warriors of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect have spoken, we should take care of everything. By that time, the other party would weigh the pros and cons and would not pursue the matter further. With Chen Sen dead, even if he was willing to risk his life, who would he do this favor to? He could not risk his life for a dead person, right? Even if he had such intentions, Chen Sen's death would not reveal his intentions. Thus, I feel that even if the elite warriors of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect had been invited, they would certainly know how to weigh the pros and cons. I am only afraid that since the elite warriors of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect were willing to come, for sure they had a life and death relationship with Chen Senator after learning that Chen Sen had been killed, I am afraid that they would seek revenge for him out of righteousness. If he had a life and death relationship with Chen Sen, it would not conflict with our plan to intercept him if he were to risk his life. Regardless of whether he would make a move or not, it would not be wrong for us to take the initiative. There is another advantage to taking the initiative. We can avoid provoking the other party after a passive conflict. Once the other party had spoken ruthless words, the situation would not be easy to clean up. We would act first and report later. After the other party had learned about the matter, the general situation would have been set. Since Chen Sen is dead, why would he take the risk of going against the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan and fight to the death with the 100-Leaf Qin clan for a so-called friendship? When Qin Sheng heard up to this point, he also deeply agreed as he nodded. Indeed, regardless of whether the other party has come to risk his life or not, we will take the initiative and avoid being led by the nose by the other party. Or else, when the other party comes to challenge us before the city gate of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, for sure they would use the big buttocks of the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect to suppress us. If that's the case, it would be a great blow to the morale of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. Regardless of fighting or not, we will take the initiative. When we take the initiative, we will have more freedom if we want to fight or make peace, advance or retreat. Qin Wushuang added. Qin Sheng made the decision. Okay, let's do it this way. The Wild Goose Mountain peak outside the 100-Leaf State Pass is the only way for the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect to enter the 100-Leaf State. Young Master Wushuang, are you interested in going with me? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Qin Wushuang said gladly, since Senior Qin Sheng has invited me, how could I decline? I am afraid that I would drag you down with my weak strength. Ha, no need for a young man to be modest. You have such strength at such a young age. In less than 20 years, for sure, Qin Wushuang will have a place in the Shen Yuan Mound. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 450. After Chen Sen was killed, everything went unusually smoothly. On the third day of the ambush at the Wild Goose Mountain peak, Chen Tong had called for reinforcements and entered the border covered in dust. The reinforcements that Chen Tong had called for were Elder Dong Qian from the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. This Dong Qian was also an elite warrior at the Profound Void martial stage. Similar to Qin Sheng, Dong Qian also had a contracted battle beast at the Transformation Void martial stage. Initially, Chen Sen had planned to invite Dong Qian and his battle beast. With two elite warriors at the Profound Void martial stage, they would have a greater chance of winning when dealing with the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Most importantly, Dong Qian had mingled in the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. His personal strength was even slightly higher than Chen Sen's. And that contracted battle beast of Dong Qian's was a super elite warrior that could break through walls and besiege cities. Its skin was rough and its flesh was exceptional. At this moment, Dong Qian was riding on the back of his battle beast and flying in the sky with Chen Tong. Although the speed was not fast, it was not slow either. Just when they were about to approach the Wild Goose Mountain peak, suddenly, Dong Qian's spiritual perception moved. He waved his hand and said, "Hold on." Stunned, Chen Tong immediately realized something and both of them pressed down on the cloud. Dropping next to the mountain path, Dong Qian glanced around with a cold expression and said with a cold voice, "Who are you, robbing us here?" Qin Sheng did not find it strange. Previously, he had deliberately released a trace of energy to dash into the sky. In fact, he was testing whether this Dong Qian could sense it. Although Qin Sheng did not find it strange when he saw Dong Qian's quick reaction, he was somewhat surprised. From the other party's moves, it seemed that he was slightly superior to him in terms of stage. However, Qin Sheng was not afraid at this moment. Since he had the graceful spiritual bow, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Not to mention an elite warrior at the Profound Void martial stage, he would not be afraid even if he was at the perfect Void martial stage. With a divine weapon in hand, he could protect himself and even win against the enemy. Taking a step forward, Qin Sheng's figure appeared from the void. "Chen Tong, do you recognize me?" Qin Sheng did not target Dong Qian, but stared at Chen Tong coldly. Initially, Qin Sheng did not recognize Chen Tong. However, he found out from Qin Wushuang that the person who went to call for reinforcements was called Chen Tong. Thus, he deduced that this person should be Chen Tong. When Chen Tong suddenly saw an unfamiliar expert blocking his path and directly calling out his name, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Qin Sheng sneered. "Why are you running back and forth tirelessly? I am the clansman of the 100-Leaf Qin clan that you want to deal with for the 1,000,000 gold crystal stones." Not to mention Chen Tong, even Dong Qian was greatly shocked as he looked at Qin Sheng in surprise. His eyes narrowed into slits. Under the sunlight, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Impossible!" Chen Tong shouted and denied flatly, "We have surrounded the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Who would believe that you are from the 100-Leaf Qin clan? Now, I am afraid not even a fly can fly out of the 100-Leaf Qin clan." When he said "here," he said to Dong Qian, "Elder Dong, for sure this person is not from the 100-Leaf Qin clan. He does not have good intentions for robbing here." However, Dong Qian remained unmoved as he fixed his gaze on Qin Sheng coldly. Both he and Qin Sheng were elite warriors at the Profound Void martial stage. Vividly, they had sensed each other's powerful aura. This was not an explosive aura, but the restrained brilliance of an elite warrior at the Profound Void martial stage. It was a form of internal resonance. Qin Sheng did not evade his gaze as he fixed his gaze on Dong Qian. He said calmly, "Mister, I don't know where you came from and I don't plan to ask. I only want to say one thing. If you have come to help because of your friendship with Qin Sen, then this matter can end here." "Oh." Dong Qian smiled lightly. "What do you mean?" Naturally, a figure from the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect was not a reckless person. Before he understood the situation, of course, Dong Qian would not make a move recklessly. I only want to ask, do you have any grudges with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Do you have any personal grudges with the 100-leaf Qin clan? Qin Sheng asked lightly. The Qin clan has nothing to do with me. I have come here for friendship and to repay a debt. Dong Qian did not hide his intentions. Okay, indeed you have come for friendship and a debt. Since that person is dead, this debt is also gone. To tell you the truth, Chen Sen has already been executed for invading the 100-leaf Qin clan. This is the evidence. Qin Sheng waved his hand and an object flew out directly to the other side. Dong Qian snatched it and caught it. He fixed his gaze and saw that it was Chen Sen's head that had not died in peace. With one look, even someone as powerful as Dong Qian could not help but break out in cold sweat. Chen Tong even cried out and his entire body froze as if he had been petrified. How is it possible? Chen Tong was dumbstruck. This is not real, this is not real. This must be a trick. It is not the head of my commander. Although Dong Qian did not lose his composure like Chen Tong, his expression was also complicated. The muscles on his face could not stop twitching as he looked at it repeatedly and mumbled, "This head is not fake." Currently, he was even more shocked by Chen Sen's death. He asked himself that although he was also at the profound void martial stage, perhaps he was slightly better than Chen Senator. However, it would be difficult for him to kill Chen Senator. However, someone had cut off this Chen Sen's head and threw it before him. Then, without a doubt, the person who had killed Chen Sen was much more powerful than him. In other words, the person who had killed Chen Sen would have at least 80 to 90% confidence to kill Dong Qian. For martial artists at Dong Qian's level, their fear of death and their reluctance to live was not something ordinary people could imagine. It was the so-called saying that the older you get, the more you fear death. As Dong Qian thought quickly, he understood the intentions of the other party. The other party did not even want to know Dong Qian's identity. Apparently, they did not want to form a grudge with him. Most likely, it was not that the other party did not know his identity, but that they knew his identity like the back of their hand. Only, they did not want to form a grudge with the dark green cloud Taoist sect behind him. The other party's move was to protect themselves and also a form of not wanting to complicate matters. After all, Dong Qian was an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage and had come from the dark green cloud Taoist sect. If he were to be persuaded by the other party with a few words, he would lose face. At the moment, he gave a cold sneer. "Mister, are you threatening me?" Qin Sheng shook his head leisurely. "It's not a threat. The 100-leaf Qin clan has always emphasized the principle of not offending others if they do not offend us. The reason why I speak these words from the bottom of my heart is because I do not want to form more enemies for no reason. In the end, your Qin clan is still scared." Dong Qian said with a cold sneer. Qin Sheng's expression changed as he said coldly, "Mister, if you treat my words as a form of fearful begging, then you are gravely mistaken. Believe it or not, at this wild goose peak, I will have the capital to kill you at this moment." Qin Sheng was not an idiot. Although he spoke these words, he did not take out the graceful spiritual bow. Once he took out the graceful spiritual bow, it meant that he had turned hostile and the other party must die. Instantly, Dong Qian's expression changed as he fixed his gaze at Qin Sheng for a long time. From his instinct as an elite warrior, Dong Qian did feel a wave of indescribable pressure and a sense of crisis. Although he could not understand where this powerful murderous intent had come from, without a doubt, the other party did not speak empty words. This way, for sure, the 100-leaf Qin clan already knew Dong Qian's identity. At least, they knew his background. They were not afraid of him, but rather, they were restraining their fear of the dark green cloud Taoist sect behind him. Dong Qian lowered his head and started to discuss with his contracted combat beast using simple beast language. That contracted combat beast also possessed strong combat instincts. He also sensed a wave of cold murderous intent that could not be hidden. It was enough to threaten their lives. "Master, since that Chen Sen is already dead, it doesn't matter if you return the favor you owe him or not. The murderous intent from this person has been concealed. Certainly, it is not fake. In my opinion, There is no need to risk your life for a dead person. The 100-Leaf Qin clan never held a grudge with the dark green cloud Taoist sect. Even if the Dao warrior had come, he would not offend the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan for such a small matter. Initially, Dong Qian was already hesitant. After hearing the advice from the contracted combat beast, he became even more shaken. When Chen Tong saw Dong Qian remaining silent, he said with a begging tone, "Elder Dong, you must seek justice for our commander." With an ashen face, Dong Qian shouted in a low voice, "I have my own ideas, why are you rushing me?" Chen Tong, Chen Sen coveted the 1,000,000 gold bounty and was willing to be a lackey. Even death could not wipe out his crimes. Since you are helping the tyrant, you must also receive your punishment today. Instantly, Dong Qian was not happy when he heard these words. He said coldly, "Mister, even if I can let go of Chen Sen's matter, your words have gone too far." Qin Sheng said leisurely, "Mister, in fact, I am thinking for you. Although I don't know your identity and background, judging from your extraordinary temperament, you must have a powerful background. This Chen Tong is Chen Sen's trusted aide. If we keep him alive, in the future, he will talk too much and it will not be good for your reputation. Today, we will have a friendly conversation and reach a compromise. If this Chen Tong is dissatisfied and leaves alive, he will speak ill of you everywhere. Before outsiders who do not know the truth, they will only think that you chose to take a step back because you are scared of the Qin clan. Thus, this Chen Tong must be killed. This is for the sake of your reputation." Qin Sheng's words caused Dong Qian, who was already wavering, to have a change of heart. That's right. For today's matter, if he retreated and ignored it, this Chen Tong would hold a grudge and most likely, he would make up stories. Being an elder of the dark green cloud Daoist sect, if Chen Tong ruined his reputation, how could he stay in the orderly mountain prefecture in the future? When he thought here, his heart wavered even more. Qin Sheng's following words had moved his heart even more. "Mister, if you turn around and leave now, I promise that today's matter will not be spread out, as if nothing had happened. The 100-Leaf Qin clan will also owe you a favor. As for Chen Tong, we will take care of him. We cannot let this guy go out and ruin your reputation." When Qin Sheng said here, he suddenly initiated his temperament. Although he had not pulled out the graceful spiritual bow, he had activated it vividly. As soon as the power of this divine weapon combined with his own temperament, instantly, it created a powerful murderous intent that spread out. Instantly, this murderous intent had caused Dong Qian to feel distraught. Each inch of his skin had felt this rich murderous intent. To fight or to make peace, you decide. Qin Sheng spurted out a mouthful of genuine qi. Enlightening even the apathetic, it had instantly shattered Dong Qian's remaining hesitation. "Okay. For today's matter, I will take a step back. Your 100-Leaf Qin clan should also take care of yourself. I am not afraid of the Qin clan. Only, just like you guys, I am unwilling to make unnecessary enemies." Of course, he must speak some polite words. Qin Sheng laughed. "Same to you, long live understanding. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 451. For someone as experienced as Dong Qian, how could he not know how to make a choice after understanding the severity of the situation? He did not even look at Chen Tong and turned to leave. He urged his mount and turned into a wave of meteoric light and disappeared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Chen Tong's expression changed drastically as he also realized the crisis. He urged the sword light and leaped into the sky. Naturally, Qin Sheng did not need to use the graceful spiritual bow to deal with such a weak opponent. He also flew into the sky and with a flash of cold light from his hand, a sickle-like curved blade slashed through the sky. Like a ferocious monster that could tear the sky apart, it swallowed and spat. Kai kai. With the crisp sound of reaping, that Chen Tong did not even have the time to react as his entire body was slashed into two halves by this blade light. The blood light soared to the sky and blood mist filled the sky. It made Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao and the others dumbstruck. This was power, Absolute power. Even if he did not use the graceful spiritual bow, before an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, an elite warrior at the transformation void martial stage appeared too insignificant. Especially when Qin Sheng had killed Chen Tong instantly, it made Qin Wushuang and the others fully realize that in the Shen Yuan Mound, the difference of one level meant thousands of ravines. It meant life and death. After Qin Sheng had killed Chen Tong, he did not show the slightest pride. As if he had slaughtered a chicken, he dropped down without a care. With a face full of smiles, Qin Sheng handed the graceful spiritual bow to Qin Wushuang. Young Master Wushuang, for such divine object, I will return it to you in perfect condition. Today, although I did not use this divine bow, I activated it secretly and used its divine power to strengthen my presence. With a few words, I had scared away that guy from the dark green cloud Daoist sect. This graceful spiritual bow was Qin Wushuang's trump card. Of course, he would not hold back and took it back. He said with a smile, Senior Qin Sheng, today, the crisis of the 100-leaf Qin clan should have been resolved. Only, for sure, that person who put out the bounty will not give up. In the future, the 100-leaf Qin clan should be more vigilant. Qin Sheng nodded, of course. However, it would not be easy to deal with the 100-leaf Qin clan. If they truly wanted to seize the foundation of the 100-leaf Qin clan, in the end, even if the 100-leaf Qin clan could not resist, the other party would end up with nothing. Since the 100-leaf Qin clan was able to establish a foundation and develop the mines, we are also prepared to destroy everything. Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Qin Sheng in surprise. Indeed, this 100-leaf Qin clan was righteous and fierce. Hearing their tone, clearly they were prepared to cut off all means of retreat. In the worst case, they would destroy everything. Even if the 100-leaf Qin clan were to be destroyed, they would not allow outsiders to reap any benefits. Qin Sheng chuckled, today, let's not say these dampening words. Young Master Wushuang has done a great favor for the 100-leaf Qin clan and I have not been able to treat you well. Please come with me to the 100-leaf Qin clan. All the danger had been completely resolved. The entire 100-leaf Qin clan was overjoyed. This time, the haze shrouded the top of the 100-leaf Qin clan. Many disciples of the Qin clan were already prepared to die indiscriminately. Unexpectedly, this crisis had been resolved so easily. Thus, to Qin Wushuang, their great benefactor, of course they were extremely friendly and courteous. Not to mention, Qin Wushuang was also a member of the Qin bloodline. Although they were from different branches, in the end, everyone had inherited the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. After staying at the Qin castle for 2 days, under the guidance of Patriarch Qin Bolong, Qin Wushuang also took a tour of the crystal stone mines of the 100-leaf Qin clan. Behind the Qin castle, there were a few deep mountains that were rich in crystal stone mines. Although the mountains were not full of mineral resources, the probability and production of crystal stones were unquestionably the highest in the orderly mountain prefecture. If the 100-leaf Qin clan did not have the protection of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, indeed, this giant crystal stone mine would have attracted a lot of jealousy. Young Master Wushuang, at least 30% of the daily expenses of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, and the upper crystal stones needed for training, are provided by the 100-leaf Qin clan. Crystal stones can also be used for training? Qin Wushuang was extremely curious. Qin Bolong explained patiently, most of the crystal stones cannot be used for individual training. However, besides being used as a currency, many crystal stones with good quality are the best raw material for formations, weapon crafting, and talismans. Look, we are walking inside this mine. There are at least 3 layers of defensive formations outside this mine. Once an enemy breaks through the 100-leaf Qin clan's castle, we will activate this defensive formation. If even this formation can't stop the enemy, we'll activate the last destructive formation and blast all the mines to the ground in an instant, destroying all of our foundation. These formations were set up by the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor headquarters. Qin Wushuang listened attentively and inwardly, he was astonished. No wonder they were the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. They were decisive and decisive. If they could not protect themselves, they would never leave it to the enemy. Bao Bao also praised, this way, Even if Chen Sen and his group break through the 100-leaf Qin clan's castle, they could not do anything to you guys. All disciples of the 100-leaf Qin clan can hide inside the mine. Let the defensive formation take care of them. Qin Bolong gave a long sigh. The castle of the 100-leaf Qin clan is the foundation of the Qin clan. It is also the first line of defense. Unless it is the last resort, who would be willing to sacrifice that castle? If the castle is truly breached, most disciples of the 100-leaf Qin clan will die for the clan. Qin Wushuang nodded. Most likely, only a few higher-ups of the 100-leaf Qin clan know about the secrets of this mine. Qin Bolong was surprised. Apparently, he did not expect Qin Wushuang to have guessed this. Indeed, young Master Wushuang is smart. That is true. Only the 6 elders know about the secrets of this mine. Normal disciples of the 100-leaf Qin clan would not know. Haha, then why did you tell my boss? Are you not afraid of us gossiping? Bao Bao joked. Haha, everyone in the 100-leaf Qin clan knows about young Master Wushuang's character. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Don't worry, Patriarch, I am not a talkative person. This mine is so important to the headquarter of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, it's natural for it to be kept a secret. If outsiders knew too much, they would think of ways to deal with these formations. Only when outsiders do not know about these formations, even if an enemy were to invade, this formation would work as a defense. Secondly, it would buy us some time to wait for the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan to send elite warriors to help." Inwardly, Qin Bolong was overjoyed when he saw that Qin Wushuang had deduced many things from one case. He had a premonition that although this Qin Wushuang had come from the human countries, in time, this Qin Wushuang would become a powerful existence that could share the burden of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He would not be inferior to the young disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. It took another 3 days to tour the mine. Qin Wushuang stayed for 5 or 6 days. Since he was worried, he asked to leave. Of course, the 100-leaf Qin clan did not ask him to stay. Before his departure, he could not do without some treats and banquets. Thus, it took another 2 or 3 days. Finally, it allowed Qin Wushuang to leave. "Young Master Wushuang, we are all disciples of the Qin clan, we cannot thank you enough. The entire 100-leaf Qin clan will never forget young Master Wushuang's kindness," Qin Bolong said with a sincere tone. He waved his hand and the subordinate behind him carried out a tray covered with red silk. Qin Bolong untied the red silk and inside it was a plate of resplendent crystal stones. The colorful stones were too much for the eyes to take in. "Young Master Qin, these crystal stones are a gift from the 100-leaf Qin clan. Please don't refuse." Qin Bolong looked at Qin Wushuang with a sincere gaze. Before Qin Wushuang could speak, the purple flame electric beast laughed. "Great, boss, earlier we were troubled by money. Now, we don't need to find pawn shops to exchange our belongings for money." Ha ha ha. Hearing the words of the purple flame electric beast, Qin Bolong also laughed. Young Master Wushuang has just arrived from the human countries and does not know the rules of the Xian Yuan Mound. The Xian Yuan Mound does not use gold or silver, they only recognize crystal stones. Isn't that right? Our boss even went to pawn his valuable belongings. Bao Bao also laughed mischievously when he remembered that embarrassing experience. Qin Bolong said seriously, "Young Master Wushuang, these 100 green crystal stones are worth 10,000 gold crystal stones. With these crystal stones, it would not be a problem to guarantee 10 years of living expenses for the 3 of you. There are also 3 purple crystals. Their value is equivalent to 300 green crystals. Initially, in the Xian Yuan Mound and the Forbidden Spiritual Zones, there were 4 levels of common currency. Silver crystal stones, yellow crystal stones, green crystal stones and finally, purple crystal stones. 1 purple crystal stone was equivalent to 100 green crystal stones. 1 green crystal stone was equivalent to 100 yellow crystal stones. And 1 yellow crystal stone was equivalent to 100 silver crystal stones. In total, 1 purple crystal stone was equivalent to 1 million silver crystal stones. For your information, it would only cost a few dozen silver crystal stones to stay at an inn and eat a meal. 3 purple crystal stones were equivalent to 3 million silver crystal stones. To Qin Wushuang, who had always been embarrassingly short on money, it was truly a rich amount. There were at least 300 resplendent crystal stones on this tray. Besides these 4 specific types of crystal stones, the rest were all training crystal stones. Young Master Wushuang, these crystal stones each have their own unique uses. If this blue crystal stone is used in the water-type formation, it would be enough to perfect the formation and unleash more power. And this earthy brown crystal stone is used in the earth-type formation. The construction of the 100-leaf Qin clan's castle relied on this ground quartz crystal stone. Not only can it make the building more stable, it can also be used to set up the formation and increase the sensitivity of the formation. And this blood-red crystal stone, this is the cinnabar crystal stone and is the best material for writing talismans. Ordinary talisman masters would be extremely thirsty for this crystal stone. For example, this dark crystal stone does not appear much different than ordinary stones. In fact, it is the best material for forging weapons. Even if it is a scrap metal ordinary weapon, if a little bit of this crystal stone could be merged into it, it would turn the rotten into something magical. If one were to forge weapons at the void martial stage, this black crystal stone would be indispensable. Qin Bolong explained the general use of these crystal stones patiently. Qin Wushuang kept nodding as he paid close attention. With these crystal stones having so many magical uses, Qin Wushuang would be disrespectful to refuse. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 452. He must say that this crystal stone was what Qin Wushuang needed the most. If that's the case, I will not hold back. Qin Wushuang took it and said with a smile, "Ha ha, young Master Wushuang, even the dark green cloud Daoist sect would not be able to give you such a gift. The 100-leaf Qin clan does not have much valuable stuff. However, they do have some crystal stones. This is called living off the mountain." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "With crystal stones, we will have everything else." Qin Bolong laughed and nodded, "That's right. With crystal stones, it would be others begging us." In the orderly mountain prefecture, the 100-leaf Qin clan is not the strongest powerhouse. However, because they are rich in crystal stones, they hold a high position. Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute. "Great Patriarch, thank you for your generous gift. I will take my leave now." Qin Bolong was somewhat reluctant as he patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder. "Young Master Wushuang, in the future, if you have time, please remember to visit the 100-leaf Qin clan." "Of course. Patriarch Qin, take care. 100-leaf Qin clan, take care. Take care." Qin Bolong nodded heavily. "All disciples of the Qin clan, take care." After bidding farewell to the 100-leaf Qin clan, Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao, and the purple flame electric beast embarked on a new journey. Indeed, this battle of the 100-leaf Qin clan had been a spectacular one at the orderly mountain prefecture. Although no one knew the exact battle situation besides General Manager Su, the only fish that had escaped the net, the outside world seemed to have taken it seriously. Different versions of the rumors had raised a clamor. Of course, Qin Wushuang and his 2 brothers had registered at the Black Raven Royal City. Besides General Manager Su, no one knew that these 3 had participated in that battle. Thus, while they were walking, although everyone was discussing this battle of the 100-leaf Qin clan, no one knew that the 3 people involved in that battle were right next to them. On this day, these 3 had finally arrived at the capital city of the orderly mountain prefecture. In total, there were 72 prefectures in the Xian Yuan Mound. Each prefecture was like a country in the human countries. The highest governing area of each prefecture was known as the capital city. The 3 of them still used the name of the Wu brothers to pass through the city gate inspection. The capital city was the core of a prefecture, and as expected, it was unprecedentedly prosperous. It was also the most prosperous city that Qin Wushuang and his friends had passed through after entering the Xian Yuan Mound. Those prefectural cities and royal cities had already given Qin Wushuang a lot of shock. However, when the real capital of a prefecture was placed in front of Qin Wushuang, he finally understood what true prosperity was and what a forbidden land of God was. In the capital city, even the process of entering the city gate was much more complicated. Outside the city gate, there were also countless patrols. It seemed to be heavily guarded. After walking through the city gate, there were rows of bulletin boards under the city tower. Some of these bulletin boards were for officials, some were for organizations, and some were for individuals. Therefore, the notice board was always crowded with people at all times. Qin Wushuang and the others saw groups of people crowded under the city wall. From the appearance of those people, most likely they were freelance martial artists from different places. Son of a bitch, do you have eyes? You stepped on my shoes. Grandson, who are you scolding? From time to time, similar scolding voices emerged from the crowd. Don't look at how these people spoke of their bravery. However, only a few of them had gone all out for such trivial matters. Lone shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Are these people crazy? What are they looking at by squeezing here and there?" Bao Bao laughed. "You are an outsider, right? Usually, the wall after entering the city is the best place to post the bulletin boards and distribute missions. Inside the city gate, it's the golden area. Posting a bulletin board is money. This is called making money in the right way. What do you know?" Lone twitched his mouth and showed a disapproving expression. "Boss, do you want to go watch the show?" Bao Bao suggested. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do, let's go watch." When these three arrived before the bulletin board, they did not fight for a spot. After looking for a while, Bao Bao cried out, "This is the official bulletin board, there is nothing to see. There are a lot of people over there. It must be the place where various allied organizations release missions. It attracts martial artists from different places." When Qin Wushuang and the others arrived at the board mentioned by Bao Bao, indeed, there were a lot of people. It was more than 5 times more than the other places. It was a dark and crowded place. Ridiculous. No one could swallow 1 million gold crystal stones. It seems that the 100-leaf Qin clan is indeed tough. Look, the reward has increased to 2 million. Even if it's 2 million, I am afraid no one will step into this muddy water. Even an elite warrior like Senior Chen Sen was killed by the 100-leaf Qin clan silently. Could it be that one must be at the perfect void martial stage? Perfect void martial stage, that would not be something that 2 million gold crystal stones would be enough to invite. Without 5 million, don't even think about it. Besides, in our gigantic orderly mountain prefecture, there are only a few at the perfect void martial stage. There would not be more than 10. Among these people, which one of them lacks money? That's right. Regarding the perfect void martial stage, which one of them is not a big shot? Who would lack money? I am afraid money alone would not be enough to stimulate the appetite of a perfect void martial stage. TSK, you guys, why are you pretending to know when you don't? Hey, Sixth Gua, you said we don't know, could it be you do? Don't act pretentious here, be careful of being struck by a bolt from the blue and getting struck to death. TSK, enough of that. You are only talking nonsense. Just you guys, not to mention 2 million gold crystal stones, even if I gave you 10 million gold crystal stones, I am afraid you would not be able to get a single hair from the patriarch of the 100-leaf Qin clan. If you are good, then go get a hair for us to see. Instantly, those few felt unhappy after being mocked by Sixth Gua's words. I don't have that skill, but I will still judge. If there's a show, I will watch. If not, I will cool off on the side. Let me give you a word of advice, trouble comes from the mouth. After being lectured by old Sixth Gua like an old man, those people were a little unconvinced. However, under everyone's eyes, they could not turn hostile. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang smacked his tongue. Inwardly, he thought that the 100-leaf Qin clan's crisis would continue. However, since the 100-leaf Qin clan had so many trump cards, Qin Wushuang was not as worried as before. When he heard these people discussing the 100-leaf Qin clan, he did not participate. Instead, he walked to the side with a smile. TSK, the world has changed. A rough voice next to him clicked his tongue and sighed. He could not help but cry out, since when could a martial artist from the human countries get a second-level assassination order? From the looks of it, it seems there are signs of a second-level assassination order. This guy had a rough appearance and kept crying out. Apparently, he found it somewhat unbelievable. Haha, if I remember correctly, the prefecture where the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is located is the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, right? This Divine Brilliance Prefecture is more than 1,000,000 miles away from our Orderly Mountain Prefecture. To think that the bounty order could be issued here. This was truly a rare sight. Could it be that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect cannot deal with martial artists from the human countries? What do you know? It was issued to our Orderly Mountain Prefecture because it is at the border of the Tian Shen land and closest to the human countries. Do you think that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not even deal with human martial artists? Did your head get caught in the door? Your head is not caught in the door. Then tell me, why didn't the heavenly Luo Daoist sect make a move themselves? This is called killing with a borrowed knife. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had to make a move for such a small matter, how could they live up to their status in the Shen Yuan Mound? Humph humph, a great status. Idiot. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect does not have a great status, then who do you think has a great status? I say, the heavenly Emperor 8 Gates is the true supreme status. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect is strong. Can they enter the heavenly Emperor 8 Gates? There are only 8 heavenly Emperor 8 Gates in the entire Shen Yuan Mound. Even if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not enter these 8 positions, they could at least be ranked in the top 16. The two of them took a bite out of each other's mouthfuls, debating. However, inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive when he heard them. Without a doubt, the topic these two were discussing was related to Qin Wushuang. At the 100-leaf Qin clan, Patriarch Qin Belong's little brother, Qin Zhonglong, had mentioned that the Freelance Martial Artist Alliance had posted a bounty to kill Qin Wushuang. Now, everything had been verified. Indeed, on that bulletin board, a bounty from the highest Freelance Martial Artist Alliance of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture was posted. This mission had specifically stated that it was a second-level bounty and the party that had issued it was the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And the amount of the bounty had increased from the 50,000 gold crystal stones mentioned by Qin Zhonglong. It had jumped to 80,000 gold crystal stones. This bounty had already moved many elite freelance martial artists. For your information, 1,000,000 gold crystal stones could incite elite warriors at the profound void martial stage to move out. Besides, there were many elite warriors at the transformation and refined void martial stage. This way, 80,000 gold crystal stones were enough to drive elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage to work for it. Darn it, the price has increased again, Bao Bao whispered inwardly. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was expressionless. As long as the heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not dare to cause trouble in the human countries, he would not be afraid even if they had posted 1,000,000 gold crystal stones bounty. After all, his current identity was Wu Xinghe. Conceal one's strength, bide one's time, and accumulate enough strength. Now, he had suffered the wrath of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and was being chased by them. In one day, he would return all of this to them. This was Qin Wushuang's goal. Everyone, tell me, in the end, what kind of person is this Qin Wushuang? How many exceptional martial artists could a desolate place like the human countries have nurtured? How could he make the heavenly Luo Daoist sect bleed so much to kill him? Don't forget, although he came from the human countries. However, this Qin Wushuang has the surname Qin. In the Tian Shen land, people with this surname must pay extra attention. He is famous for being swift and fierce. Haha, that's right. Just take the 100-leaf Qin clan for example. When the 1,000,000 gold crystal bounty was posted and Senior Chen Sen stepped out, everyone thought they were finished. However, what was the outcome? All those elite warriors gathered by Senior Chen Sen had been completely annihilated. The Qin clan has always been unpredictable. For thousands of years, the heavenly Emperor Qin clan was also looked down upon. However, they are still one of the heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. One after another, these fellows were having a good time chatting. When talking about the Qin clan, the topic was always attractive. In a moment, many idle martial artists had gathered. Their saliva splattered everywhere as they chatted freely. To Qin Wushuang's surprise, these freelance martial artists did not gnash their teeth when talking about the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. On the contrary, many martial artists had retained some respect when they talked about the Qin clan. It seems that the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan still has the foundation of the masses in the Xian Yuan Mound. Only, they had offended too many powerhouses and it had caused them to have a difficult time surviving. While Qin Wushuang was thinking this way, suddenly, a wave of hurried shouts came from the street in front of him. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 453. Groups of warriors, dressed in neat uniforms, were patrolling the area. The leader of the martial artists waved the long whip in his hand and shouted, "You freelance martial artists, hurry and find an inn to stay in. In the next 3 days, it's best not to go out on the street. This orderly mountain capital city is going to be under half martial law. If you don't want to cause trouble, you should either leave the city quickly or find a place to stay. Those with a sect to rely on, hurry and go home to train. Don't wander around on the street." These martial artists were the official army of the orderly mountain prefecture. Their combat power was extremely powerful. Their individual strength was already astonishing. Their ability to fight in groups was even more well-trained. They were many times more powerful than these freelance martial artists. Thus, although the freelance martial artists were not happy to be scolded, they did not dare to disobey. No one dared to complain. They all knew that at this time, whoever dared to speak out of turn would be playing with their own lives. These official knights were famous for being unreasonable. It would be the same as seeking death to talk back to them. They scattered in all directions like a swarm of bees. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not provoke these unnecessary quarrels as he also walked towards the city. Along the way, he could see patrolling official knights everywhere. These people were showing off their power everywhere and acting tyrannically. Wherever they went, there would be chaos. What the hell, this orderly mountain capital city does have a grand scale. However, the way they do things is nothing special. These people are wearing a body of leather and showing off their power as if they are great. Their faces. Lone was like an angry youth. When he saw something he could not stand, he would mutter a few words. Bao Bao did not find it strange. Second, such things are not strange at all. I think these people might not be like this usually. Or else, who would come to this orderly mountain capital city? I am afraid we would not even see a ghost. For sure, they are doing this because some important figure is coming to the orderly mountain prefecture. In the end, Bao Bao had a sharp mind. Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile. That's right. Qin Wushuang was extremely familiar with this scene. In his former world, he had seen too many of such situations. Let every man of importance come down below. Wouldn't they cause a great disturbance? After finding an inn, the three of them settled down. This inn was located in a prime location. Qin Wushuang had chosen the highest floor. Hence, the price was much higher. However, the price was the same as the price. The higher the price, the better the service and treatment. This inn was completely different from the small inns in the continent's capital. When it was nighttime, Bao Bao and Lone visited Qin Wushuang's room as usual. Bao Bao was bored to death. So boring, what is this orderly mountain prefecture doing? Even the streets were under martial law. How were they going to let people live? If we had known earlier, we would have bypassed this place. That's right, boss. What kind of background do you think the people who came this time have? Qin Wushuang shrugged and said with a wry smile, I really don't know. I am rather curious, how powerful is this person with a great background, and why did he come to the orderly mountain prefecture? Boss, are you still worried about the 100-leaf Qin clan? Lone asked. Qin Wushuang shook his head and gave a long sigh. The 100-leaf Qin clan has their own destiny. I was there at the right time and helped them this time. In the future, whether the 100-leaf Qin clan can remain safe and sound, it will depend on their luck. This upcoming major figure should not be related to the 100-leaf Qin clan. Why do you say so? For sure, The ones dealing with the 100-leaf Qin clan are those powerhouses that are enemies with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. If they had come, certainly they would not be so high-profile. The more high-profile they are, the more they would remind the 100-leaf Qin clan to make preparations. I think they would not be this stupid. Ha, that's right. Bao Bao scratched his head. I will not waste my brain to think about it. Anyways, what will come will come. When the time comes, let's watch the show. Boss, could it be people from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Lone asked suspiciously. It's not impossible. Qin Wushuang did not care. Could it be the Dao warrior of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is coming? Bao Bao blinked his eyes. However, Lone analyzed, it's reasonable to say that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is only a second-class powerhouse in the Shen Yuan Mound. Doesn't the Orderly Mountain Prefecture also have a dark green cloud Daoist sect that is close to the second class? Bao Bao immediately said, the dark green cloud Daoist sect is between the third-rate and second-rate powerhouses. They are only close to the second-rate. However, for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the Silver Monkey King said that among the second-rate powerhouses, they are close to the first-rate powerhouses. It seems that the division of powerhouses in the Shen Yuan Mound is extremely mysterious. I am afraid that only those first-rate powerhouses are unquestionably the top existences. Lone gave a long sigh. After staying at the inn for the night, Qin Wushuang and his friends did not check out the next day and continued to stay at the inn. Only, they could still go out on the streets during the day. Of course, there was a time limit. Once it was nighttime, the martial law would be implemented. On the third day, suddenly, the streets of the Orderly Mountain capital city became lively. However, this liveliness was all official news. Amidst the sound of gongs and drums, the atmosphere of the Orderly Mountain capital city seemed to have thickened. He's here, a major figure is here. Yes, someone saw a moment ago that the prefecture lord of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture went to welcome him. TSK, our Orderly Mountain Prefecture is considered a remote and desolate place in the Shen Yuan Mound. I really don't know where this major figure has come from, he has given us enough face. Outside the city gate, the prefecture lord of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture had brought a large group of followers and all the reputable figures of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. Outside the official road, a group of knights from the Orderly Mountain Prefecture led the way. However, there were only 3 or 4 people following behind them. One of the middle-aged man had kept an elegant purple beard. His appearance was clear and strange. When he walked, he gave people a feeling of extraordinary temperament. However, from the face of this person, there was some imperceptible gloominess. Although it was a long and arduous journey, he did not appear travel-worn. Only, that trace of depression between his brows could not help but make people wonder if he was troubled by something. When this person saw a large group of people gathered outside the city gate, he knew that they were the important figures of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. He did not show any joy and inwardly, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Clearly, he did not like this meaningless display of extravagance. Here. A joyful expression emerged from between the brows of Xie Sansai, the prefecture lord of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. He immediately went up and chuckled as if he had seen an old friend that he had not seen for many years. He appeared extremely intimate. Lord Mu Rong, we are honored by your presence. I, Xie Sansai, apologize for not going out to meet you. Although this Xie Sansai could not be considered a first-rate figure in the Shen Yuan Mound, he was close to being a first-rate figure since he was the prefecture lord. Regardless of his strength or wisdom, this person was much higher than ordinary people. Inside his heart, he had a clear account book and was very particular about it. In the Shen Yuan Mound, what kind of people could he not offend and could not afford to curry favor with? What kind of people could he not afford to offend, but could he curry favor with? What kind of people could he not afford to offend, but could he not curry favor with? In his account book, the person that had come today belonged to the people that he could not afford to offend, but could curry favor with. Thus, in Xie Sansai's eyes, this Lord Mu Rong did not belong to the highest level. In Xie Sansai's eyes, the highest level was an existence that he could not afford to offend and could not curry favor with. For such figure, Xie Sansai would not think too much. However, this Lord Mu Rong before him was someone he could curry favor with. Of course, he was extremely attentive. All of his efforts were to rack his brains to curry favor with this person. This purple-bearded middle-aged man was indeed the number one figure of the floating snow house, a major powerhouse in the Xian Yuan Mound, Mu Rong Chenji. Besides being the number one figure of the floating snow house, this person had another identity. He was the father of Miss Mu Rong that Qin Wushuang had met. Of course, at this moment, Qin Wushuang had no way to know. He also did not know that this major figure that had come to the Orderly Mountain Prefecture would be greatly related to his future. When Mu Rong Chenji saw Xie Sansai rushing over with a large group of people, he stopped his footsteps and said with a smile, "Prefecture Master Xie is making such a big fuss, I am ashamed." "What are you talking about, Lord Mu Rong?" Xie Sansai was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. He extended his hand and shook hands with Mu Rong Chenji intimately. Inwardly, "I have been excited for a few days to have someone like Lord Mu Rong come to a remote and desolate place like my Orderly Mountain Prefecture. Prefecture Master Xie really knows how to joke. This time, I did not intend to disturb your peaceful training when I passed by your place. Indeed, I was worried about the whereabouts of my daughter and asked around." Immediately, an extremely regretful expression appeared on Xie Sansai's face. As if he was also feeling anxious for Lord Mu Rong, he said with a tone, "I also heard that Miss Mu Rong had gone out to relax and had not returned for a few years. Half a year ago, there were rumors that someone had seen Miss Mu Rong at the dispersed praying mountain. Some people also said that Miss Mu Rong was in the human countries. At that time, I only hated the fact that we were too far apart. Or else, I would have sent a message to Lord Mu Rong. Ah, I have spoiled that willful girl of mine." Mu Rong Chenji gave a long sigh. Although he said it this way, besides concern, his tone did not contain much reproach. Xie Sansai observed his words and body language and knew that Mu Rong Chenji had spoiled his precious daughter. He had always treated his daughter as his own flesh and blood. Immediately, he said, "Lord Mu Rong, I only knew that my niece had gone out to relax for a while and would return soon. I didn't expect you to be alarmed and come out to search for her. Please let me know if you need my help." Indeed, Mu Rong Chenji needed the help of this local overlord. Or else, he would not have come to this orderly mountain capital city to see this Xie Sansai. When Xie Sansai saw him remaining silent, he said again in a solicitous tone, "It's not that I am boasting. At the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, if your daughter were to pass by this place, I would have noticed. Lord, if you need my help, please don't treat me as an outsider." Although the Orderly Mountain Prefecture is far away from the floating snow house, I have long heard of Lord Mu Rong's virtuous name. Mu Rong Chenji knew that this Xie Sansai was a person who wanted to curry favor. However, since he was eager to find his daughter, he had to follow his tone and said politely, "If that's the case, thank you, Prefecture Lord." "What are you talking about? Ha ha, let's enter the city first. The Orderly Mountain capital city is simple and crude, please don't laugh at us. Don't mention it, don't mention it." Mu Rong Chenji smiled and looked around. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 454. In the Xian Yuan Mound, Mu Rong Chenji was a well-known figure. Although the floating snow house was on par with first-rate powerhouses like the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, they were still a second-rate powerhouse. Across the entire Xian Yuan Mound, they were a major powerhouse in the top 20. Mu Rong Chenji's own powerhouse was enough to rank in the top 50 of the entire Xian Yuan Mound. Perhaps, being ranked in the top 50 did not appear to be awe-inspiring. However, considering the number of powerhouses in the Xian Yuan Mound and the abundance of elite warriors, being able to rank in the top 500 would be enough for one to become a feudal lord. And being ranked in the top 50, in the Xian Yuan Mound, they would definitely be looked up to by people. Thus, it was easy to understand why Xie Sansai was trying to curry favor with him. After a round of social interaction, Mu Rong Chenji finally obtained a short period of peace. He rested at the guest house that Xie Sansai had arranged with meticulous care. Due to his concern for his beloved daughter, Mu Rongchenji appeared to have a heavy load on his mind. "Master, are you still not asleep?" The one that spoke was Mu Rongchenji's trusted aide that had followed him for more than 200 years. Mu Rongchenji had always called him Wu De. This Wu De had followed Mu Rongchenji for all these years. Regardless of foreign affairs or internal affairs, he had almost become Mu Rongchenji's shadow. Indeed, he had taken care of many major matters. For such an accompanying trip, of course, Wu De would be at his beck and call. "Wu De, look at the alluring moonlight tonight. I just don't know where Shu is at this moment." Mu Rongchenji gave a light sigh. "Master, Miss went out to relax. When she has had enough fun, she will return home. I think that the human countries should not pose any threat to Miss. I am not worried about her safety." Mu Rongchenji slowly shook his head. "I am only worried about the sinister hearts of the people in the outside world. Shu has just stepped into the Jianghu and has been deceived. In the world of mortals, the most terrifying thing is not the threat of martial power, but the sinister hearts of the people. Master, I see that Miss is talented and intelligent. Since a young age, she has had her own opinions. Master, I am only worried that she has treated her as an inexperienced little girl. In my opinion, with Miss's intelligence, ordinary people could not deceive her." Although this Mu Rongchenji was a super elite warrior of the Shen Yuan Mound, when it came to the issue of children, he cared for his children like all the other parents in the world. Mu Rongchenji raised his head and looked at the moonlight in the night sky. He was somewhat melancholy. "Wu De, the reason I came out this time was to look for Shu in name. It was to avoid the continuous urging of the 4 Dao warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Wu De was very tactful and didn't comment on this issue. Mu Rongchenji smiled bitterly. The power of the floating snow house would not lose to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the first place, there was no need to care about their expressions. However, Shu's marriage was agreed upon long ago. Right now, Shu had been on the run for several years. At the beginning, he was still able to gloss over it. He just thought that she was young and insensible. Now that a few years have passed and he still did not return, from the perspective of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would appear that the floating snow house is not amenable to reason. In the end, it's still a matter of face. Wu De gave a long sigh. "Master, from my point of view, for this marriage, if Miss is unwilling, we cannot force it. Although that heavenly Luo Daoist sect is in the limelight, it's not worthwhile for the floating snow house to curry favor with them." "How could I not think the same?" Mu Rongchenji gave a light sigh. "Regarding this matter, there is no reason at all. It's a marriage that was agreed upon by the previous generation. Currently, the older generation of both parties have already passed away. Yet, they have left behind this endless lawsuit. By the way, Wu De, how is that Luo Ting's talent? Do you have any new information recently?" Regarding that Luo Ting, at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he is being nurtured as a successor. Many years ago, this kid was said to be at the transformation void martial stage. Recently, there are rumors that he is about to break through and enter the profound void martial stage. I don't know if this is a rumor, or it's true. It needs to be verified. Haha, if he is not a first-rate powerhouse like the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, among the younger generation, to be able to enter the profound void martial stage, he should be considered a rare genius, right? Wu De nodded. Indeed, it's rare to be able to enter the profound void martial stage at his age. His future is limitless. Shu doesn't like such talent and martial arts. Why is that? When Mu Rongchenji said this, he also felt extremely helpless. Although he was an exceptional hero, he also knew that he could not force matters such as feelings. Since a young age, this daughter of his had always had her own opinions. She was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Once she had made up her mind, it would be difficult for outsiders to make her change her mind. Wu De laughed. In fact, that young Master Luo Ting is somewhat too high profile. When he visited the floating snow house a few times, I also observed him coldly. Although he is a shrewd person, he is not good at concealing his sharpness. Since he is too high profile, it's not easy for him to accept other people. Perhaps, Missy does not like his excessive confidence. Mu Rong Chenji nodded and gave a long sigh. Excessive confidence is considered arrogance. In the Shen Yuan Mound, unless you are an offspring of the totem clan, you do not have much capital to be arrogant. When he said here, suddenly, Mu Rong Chenji revealed a smile and asked, "Last time, the honored Daoist of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect sent me a letter. He said that Shu-Er had made a move to deal with people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect in the human countries. I heard that it was to protect a young man from the human countries. Do you still remember this matter?" Wu De said respectfully, "Of course I remember. I also ordered people to investigate the matter that you asked me to investigate." "Oh, what is the exact situation?" "According to the information, most of the rumors are true. Missy did become acquainted with a young man from the human countries. However, it seems that they only interacted with each other in terms of music." "What is the name of that young man?" Mu Rong Chenji asked in a low voice. "Qin Wushuang." "Qin?" Mu Rong Chenji frowned slightly and revealed a trace of curiosity. "Is this Qin related to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan?" "For now, I don't know. However, according to the information, this Qin Wushuang is extremely interesting. In the human countries, he could be considered as an absolute oddity." "Oddity? How so?" Mu Rong Chenji also seemed to be interested. "In the human countries, this young man only came from a grassroots aristocratic family. His family had declined and was in dire straits. Before he was 13 or 14 years old, he was ordinary and even somewhat cowardly. However, after a duel between the aristocratic offspring, this young man seemed to have been enlightened. From then on, he could not be stopped. In just a few years, he had brought that declining family of his to the position of the royal family. And he himself, from a little martial arts student in the human countries, he had jumped to the upper sky spiritual martial force in just a few years." Mu Rong Chenji said with a smile, "Perhaps, this young man had received some fortune and swallowed some upper sky spiritual object?" "Master, that human country is extremely barren. Even those powerful sects might not be able to cultivate spiritual fruits, not to mention a remote and desolate place. It would be fine if he had entered the upper sky spiritual martial force. However, all of this was only the beginning of this young man. In less than 3 years, this Qin Wushuang had advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did he help his sect to resist the invasion of powerful enemies, he had also completely destroyed and replaced the strongest powerhouse in the human countries. To the human countries, this could be counted as a miracle. Naturally, Mu Rong Chenji knew the predicament of the human countries. "Master, the empire he had destroyed was called the Red Dragon Empire. And the strongest powerhouse in that empire was called the Nine Palace faction. The supporter behind the Nine Palace faction was the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect." "Heavenly Luo Daoist sect?" Mu Rong Chenji finally realized the light. "I see. This way, Shu-Er had stepped out because of the grudge between the two countries. In fact, Miss did not make a move. I heard that she had only reprimanded that disciple from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. She had used the agreement from 10,000 years ago as an excuse to persuade him to leave. Haha, no wonder when the Dao warrior of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect mentioned this matter, he was also evasive and did not explain the ins and outs of the matter. They were also feeling guilty. The powerhouse of the forbidden spiritual zones had openly sent people to interfere with the conflict in the human countries. Indeed, it had violated the 10,000-year-old agreement. Mu Rong Chenji's tone was not relaxed, however, Shu-Er was willing to step out. It seems that she valued the relationship between Shu-Er and that Qin Wushuang. Wu De smiled bitterly. "Master, from the information, Miss did value this relationship greatly. She had traveled around the human countries and the dispersed praying mountain. It seemed that she had been paying attention to that Qin Wushuang." Mu Rong Chenji's expression was somewhat embarrassed as he fell into deep thought. Instantly, his expression had become solemn. Instantly, the courtyard became silent. It was so quiet that only the insects chirping in the dark night could be heard. All living things seemed to have gradually fallen asleep under the dim light of the night. "Wu De, Could it be that Shua had fallen in love? When Mu Rong Chenji spoke these words, his tone was also heavy. Master, Miss is your daughter. You should know her better than me, right? If she had fallen in love, I am afraid she might not. However, in terms of good feelings, she would have. That young man knows music and understands the sound of the zither. Miss has always been obsessed with music. To such a young man, she could not help but have an extra appreciation and good impression. Mu Rong Chenji mumbled, "Idiot, she is truly an idiot. Her grandfather, who is my father, was obsessed with chess. Initially, because he had lost a game of chess, he decided on that absurd marriage. I, Mu Rong Chenji, have been obsessed with the way of the sword for my entire life. I didn't expect that my daughter would also be such an idiot." Wu De said with a smile, "Master, perhaps because of this obsession, the Mu Rong clan has some unique advantages over others in terms of training. However, those who have this obsession are always people who are loyal to their feelings. This is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, everything will be good. If you don't use it well, you will miss out on your entire life." Wu De comforted him, "Master, the moonlight is just right, there is no need to think about these troublesome matters. How about I accompany you to take a walk and experience the scenery of this Shen Yuan Mound border? Since Miss had appeared in the human countries, perhaps there will be some unexpected gains at this orderly mountain royal city. All right, let's take a walk. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 455. Since the honorable guests had arrived, Xie Sansai had done enough on the surface. Thus, the martial law of the orderly mountain prefecture capital city was lifted. Naturally, those martial artists that had been suppressed for 2 or 3 days walked out of their houses and arrived at the main street. Instantly, all the places that indulged in debauchery became lively. Although it was already late at night, to the bustling capital city, the indulgence of the nightlife had just begun. Qin Wushuang and his 2 friends also arrived at the main street. In the capital city of the orderly mountain prefecture, there were 3 or 4 places that were always the most lively regardless of day or night. Among them, the Freelance Martial Artist Union was one of them. In the Shen Yuan Mound, there were many sects and each place had deeply rooted sects and powerhouses. However, regardless of how many sects and powerhouses there were, the number of martial artists was limited. In the Shen Yuan Mound, perhaps the number of martial artists could be counted with hundreds of millions. However, among these freelance martial artists, at most, no more than 30% of them belonged to sects and organizations. Besides them, even if they were in groups of 2 or 3, they were still freelance martial artists. Freelance martial artists did not have sects to rely on and did not have a fixed territory. Compared to the martial artists that had sects to rely on, freelance martial artists were at a disadvantage to a large extent. However, after all, there were very few martial artists that had sects to rely on and were born with a golden spoon in their mouth. In the Tian Shen land, the number of freelance martial artists would always be the highest. Thus, any place, even if it was a little county, as long as there were freelance martial artists, it would be bustling with activity. At this moment, the Freelance Martial Artist Union of the orderly mountain capital city was also bustling with activity. Just as Qin Wushuang and his 2 friends approached the door, they were greeted by an enthusiastic butler. "You 3, are you here to sign up?" "Sign up?" Bao Bao was stunned. The deacon smiled and said, "So the 3 of you still don't know? Recently, many missions have appeared in the southern Vermilion Bird 9 prefectures. In these few days, the number of freelance martial artists that have come to sign up has broken the threshold. I thought the 3 of you were here for these missions as well." Naturally, these butlers had their reasons for greeting them with such enthusiasm. For each person who signed up, they would receive a fee. Whoever was in charge of receiving them would receive a commission from this fee. If the accepted mission was completed, the commission from the union would also reward the butler in charge of receiving them. Therefore, the deacon on duty spared no effort in recruiting them. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "What kind of missions are there? If it's attractive, the three of us will definitely consider it." Seeing that there was some progress in this matter, the deacon welcomed Qin Wushuang and the others in with a smile. While he prepared the drinks and snacks, he introduced, "Of course, the most popular mission is targeted at the 100-leaf Qin clan. However, this kind of mission needs a big shot to lead and organize it." Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "We three brothers aren't interested in this kind of thing. Are there any other missions?" "Of course there is. There is a mission that has been very popular recently. It's a second-level bounty issued by the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The bounty is 80,000 gold crystal stones for a young man named Qin Wushuang." The deacon was beaming with joy as he introduced, "If you sign up here, you can get first-line information and insider information. However, these information are all very confidential, so the registration fee will definitely be relatively expensive. However, this price is definitely worth it." Bao Bao and Lone revealed a faint smile. However, Qin Wushuang took it seriously. "How much is the registration fee?" Not much. For the three of you, it's 100 gold crystal stones each." When Bao Bao heard this, he twisted his brow and slapped the table. "Hey, you think we are rich? For the three of us, 100 gold crystal stones each? Wouldn't it be enough if one of us signed up?" That deacon laughed mischievously and said with a smile, "It seems you three are smart people. To tell you the truth, this mission is very popular recently. Many people have signed up. They all want to get first-hand information from us. You must know that these information were not given by the employer, but collected by the Arranged Mountain Freelance Martial Artist Union. It's definitely first-hand and confidential." "Confidential, my ass." The deacon continued to introduce the information, but he didn't want to annoy a rogue cultivator next to him. The rogue cultivator cursed and shouted, "I really thought it was a secret, but it's all F***king public information, and you still dare to call yourself a first-hand secret. Pa. I say, you three, don't believe his stupid mouth. 100 gold crystal stones would definitely be wasted. If you guys can really take out that human kid, you can fulfill this bounty anywhere. They are wearing sheep's clothing to sell dog meat. They claim to be selling first-hand information, but in fact, they are using this mission to scam money." That deacon glanced at that person embarrassedly and did not act out. After all, this person was not lying. Indeed, the information they had provided was not some exclusive secret. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly at that freelance martial artist. "Brother, thank you for the reminder. Brother, today's expenses will be covered by the three of us." That person waved his hand casually. "Anyways, I don't deserve it. I don't take advantage of others. May I ask your surname?" Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute and asked. That person was dressed in a black robe that was decorated with snowflakes. His face was stern and resolute like a sharp blade that would not allow people to get close to him. Looking from afar, he gave off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. That person gave a cold snort and glanced at Qin Wushuang casually. However, he did not answer. Although he only glanced at him, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. If Qin Wushuang did not have a strong temperament, most likely he would have shivered from this glance. Bao Bao twitched his mouth. "Boss, we have money, why would we be afraid of not having a place to spend it? Rather than treating people to drinks, we should drink a few more cups ourselves." Initially, Qin Wushuang wanted to speak. However, as he glanced to the side, he saw a figure sitting quietly at a corner on the right. That person had a calm smile on his face as he drank alone. Although he was only sitting at a corner, he still appeared to be a crane among chickens. That person exchanged glances with Qin Wushuang and smiled lightly. Qin Wushuang was extremely surprised as he also nodded at that person. This person was Jufang Yunfei. This was the exceptional young man of the Jufang clan. After the battle where the 100-leaf Qin clan had defeated Chen Sen, he had disappeared without a trace. He did not celebrate with the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang had also felt somewhat disappointed. He admired Jufang Yunfei's temperament and always wanted to have a chat with this exceptional young man of the Jufang clan. Unexpectedly, He saw this young man again today. It's him. Bao Bao and Lone were also slightly surprised. Don't speak. Qin Wushuang sent a glance at Bao Bao and Lone and sent his voice to them. Since there were many eyes and ears here, Qin Wushuang was afraid that someone would recognize Jufang Yunfei and bring unnecessary trouble. After all, many people had witnessed Jufang Yunfei saving Qin Zhao at the Black Raven Royal City. After the wine had been poured, Qin Wushuang had just lifted a cup to his mouth. Suddenly, a person ran in from outside the hall and shouted, "Good news, top secret good news. Iron Holler. You have been selling information your entire life. When can you bring out some top secret information?" Apparently, many freelance martial artists knew this person at the Freelance Martial Artist Union. This person's appearance was very unique. Using the words shifty-eyed to describe him was more appropriate. This person's nickname was Iron Holler. He mingled around the orderly mountain prefecture and made a living by selling information. This person was born with a good voice and was good at spreading information. Thus, he was called Iron Holler. Only, it was hard to determine whether the information from this person was true or false. Sometimes it was true, and sometimes it was false. This Iron Holler twisted his brows and rolled his eyes. He chuckled. This time, it's top secret information. Who would believe that you are the only one who can get top secret information? Ha ha, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyways, I don't plan to sell it to you. Hey! This Iron Holler grabbed a butler next to him. Butler Wang, if I sell this information to your union, I promise it will be worth a lot. Once you package this information, for sure it will increase in value by 10 times. For this deal, we will both win. Apparently, that Butler Wang did not trust Iron Holler's character as he said with suspicion, "Iron Holler, our union is not going to play dumb with you. If you truly have top secret information, we can pay for it. But if you spread rumors, you'll be in big trouble." Iron Holler smiled apologetically. "How could I, Butler Wang? If I want to make a living in the orderly mountain prefecture, how could I fool you?" Butler Wang rolled his eyes. "How much do you want?" Iron Holler became interested as he counted with his fingers. "To be honest, I dug out this information through a channel that none of you would have thought of. Behind this information, there is my exclusive analysis, and it's an exclusive inside story." "That's enough, stop." Deacon Wang immediately rejected it. "I have no interest in your exclusive analysis of the so-called inside story. You can sell this information to anyone who wants to buy it. Our union has no use for it." "Don't, Butler Wang." Iron Holler became anxious. "Don't be so absolute. My analysis is built on the basis of reason and evidence. Even if you don't want to buy my second piece of information, this piece of information is the real deal. There is not the slightest bit of analysis in it." Butler Wang only sneered as he did not believe him at all. Iron Holler shouted, everyone, is there anyone among you that knows the goods? Let me tell you first. My information is related to that mission issued by the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sec. This information is definitely an exclusive secret. If it's outdated information, I will have nothing to say even if you kill me on the spot. Even Qin Wushuang put down his wine cup and looked at this Iron Holler. It's absolutely true. To get this information, I spent thousands of gold crystal stones. For this information, I will not sell it without 2,000 gold crystal stones. Is the information you are talking about related to that Qin Wushuang from the human countries? An indifferent voice sounded from outside the door. Although this voice sounded indifferent, it was filled with the temperament of a ruler. When one heard it, they could not help but feel shocked. Iron Holler answered, yes. Okay, I'll buy this information. Here are 30 green crystal stones, I'll give you the extra. Next, an object was thrown in. It was a brocade pouch. When he opened it, there were indeed 30 resplendent green crystal stones inside. 30 green crystal stones were worth 3,000 gold crystal stones. It was 1,000 more than Iron Holler's asking price. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 456. This sudden change not only made the spectators look out of the door in astonishment, but even Iron Holler's hand, which was holding the 30 green crystals, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Obviously, he did not expect such a good thing to happen. Qin Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect himself to be so valuable. Just a piece of information related to him could be sold at such a high price. What he was more curious about was, who was so concerned about him? Outside the door, a guest with a purple beard walked in with a calm expression. Beside him, there was an expressionless person. This guest with a purple beard had a calm expression. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, it was as if he did not feel anything and did not care about those gazes. His follower, on the other hand, had eyes like a sharp knife, scanning the entire place, giving people a feeling of alertness. "Sir, is this money from you?" Iron Holler was obviously not sure. The aura of these two people made Iron Holler, who was used to seeing the world, feel somewhat lacking in confidence. The guest with a purple beard said with a smile, "Just now, the one who wanted to sell information, was it not you?" Yes. Iron Holler could tell at a glance that this person was not ordinary. His gaze, his action, was very imposing. "Then, is this money enough to buy your information?" "Enough, definitely enough." Iron Holler nodded and bowed. "Say it." The guest with a purple beard waved his hand casually. "Say it here." Iron Holler had a face of astonishment. "Don't you want to find another remote place? Since you paid the price, I have to tell it to you alone." "There's no need, say it here. I'll pay, and everyone will share the information." The guest with a purple beard smiled naturally. Iron Holler had sold information for half his life, and had been doing this for dozens of years. He had never met such a buyer, who would pay to share information with everyone. The person beside the guest with a purple beard frowned. "What's wrong? I asked you to say it, so say it." Iron Holler suddenly realized, and hurriedly nodded. Good. I'll say it. This information really came at the right time. If I say that I'm the source of this information, you may believe me." Iron Holler's words were obviously a warm-up. It could attract people's attention. It had to be said that his plan was effective. Obviously, Iron Holler also wanted to make good use of this news to build up his reputation in this circle. Therefore, when he talked about this matter, he seemed to be very serious. "The source of my information came from the Dispersed Praying Mountain." "What kind of place is the Dispersed Praying Mountain?" "That is the barrier between the human countries and the Xian Yuan Mound. In the Dispersed Praying Mountain, there are a total of 3 major powerhouses. They are the Monkey Clan of the Monkey King Mountain, the Deep Abyss Barbarians, and the 8 Great Bandits of the Red Maple Human Clan." "I say, Iron Holler, can't you make it short? Can you cut the crap?" Some of the people present were unhappy. Obviously, they couldn't stand Iron Holler's way of whetting their appetites and couldn't help but urge him. Iron Holler rolled his eyes. "I say, sir, the ones who bought my information are these 2 old men. You didn't pay for it, so why are you rushing me? If you want to listen to it fast, you have to pay." After he finished speaking, he smiled at the purple-bearded man in an ingratiating manner. "Sir, please don't laugh at me. If he spoke about this matter too quickly, he might miss out on important information. I must go through the entire sequence of events. This way, it would show that the information is accurate and worthy of your generous reward. Speak slowly, don't be in a rush. The more detailed the better." Naturally, Iron Holler was even more proud when he received his employer's approval. He cleared his throat and rolled his eyes at that person. Then, he said with a smile, "Regarding the origin of the 8 Great Bandits of the Red Maple, most likely, those who understand the story would know. They are a group of prisoners from the Xian Yuan Mound who escaped to the Dispersed Praying Mountain to settle down. After generations, they became the Red Maple Human Clan. This Red Maple Human Clan was bewitched by the barbarian tribe as they coveted the foundation of the Monkey Clan at the Monkey King Mountain. Ha ha, everyone pay attention. Here, we are starting to get to the main point. Initially, when the Red Maple Human Clan and the barbarian tribe worked together, it would be easy to deal with the Monkey Clan. However, at this time, The headquarters of the Red Maple human clan and the barbarian tribe were ambushed. The ambushers were extremely vicious as they directly destroyed the temples of the barbarian tribe and the Red Maple human clan. Initially, the main force of the Red Maple human clan and the barbarian tribe was attacking the Monkey King Mountain. After they learned of this news, they had no choice but to return to defend. During the process of returning to defend, the Red Maple human clan encountered a calamity of extermination. They were surrounded by powerful powerhouses from both left and right. All the direct descendants of the 8 great bandits of the Red Maple human clan were executed. Do you guys know why the Monkey clan that was on the verge of extinction suddenly came back from the dead and had the power to fight back? All of this is related to one person. Qin Wushuang. Is it Qin Wushuang? Instantly, his words touched the nerves of many people. They all realized that Iron Holler was going to highlight the main topic by beating around the bush. Iron Holler smiled with satisfaction and said seriously, "That's right, it's this Qin Wushuang. Perhaps, with your information, you know the background of this Qin Wushuang, his growth, and the grudges between him and the 9 Palace faction of the Red Dragon Empire. You also know why the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect wanted to kill Qin Wushuang. However, do you know? Qin Wushuang has a close relationship with the Monkey clan of the Monkey King Mountain. Initially, to save his teacher, Qin Wushuang had traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Monkey King Mountain and received a great favor from them. Thus, he offered his plan to help the Monkey clan. Next to Qin Wushuang, there are 2 spiritual beasts with superior strength. This also ensured that they could split into 2 groups to sneak attack the headquarters of the barbarian tribe and the Red Maple human clan. When the guest with the purple beard heard up to this point, he was somewhat impressed as he said in a low voice, "Hearing your words, this Qin Wushuang does have some wisdom. With their frail strength, they would not have much chance of winning if they went to the Monkey King Mountain directly. Then, they would sneak attack their headquarters and lure them back to help. Then, they would catch one of the Red Maple human clan and chase after them. Indeed, this is the best method. Only, does that Qin Wushuang truly have such exceptional strength?" Iron Holler said with a smile, "This is absolutely true. I got this information from someone who had participated in that battle. At that time, they only killed the direct descendants of the 8 great bandits of the Red Maple human clan and did not kill anyone else. Most of the people of the Red Maple human clan had scattered to the human countries. I spent a tremendous amount of effort to find someone who had personally experienced that battle through many layers of connections and found out the truth." When Qin Wushuang heard Iron Holler's narration earlier, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Naturally, he was somewhat curious. Now that he heard Iron Holler's words, he knew the reason. So this was how he got his information. "Hey, Iron Holler, you've said so much without any basis, but you still haven't told me what cultivation level that Qin Wushuang has." Iron Holler laughed sinisterly. "This is not within the scope of my information. If you want to know, you can ask for a separate fee." The follower beside the guest with the purple beard glared, "Are you trying to raise the price?" Being glared at, Iron Holler's entire body trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. "No, no. If you ask, I will tell you everything I know." "Then tell me. Regarding that Qin Wushuang, I heard that his strength is only at the perfect stage. Of course, such strength is not worth mentioning in our Xian Yuan mound. However, there are always unspeakable variables on this kid. Usually, he would win by surprise and make people who are a few levels ahead of him suffer a great loss. According to my estimation, for sure, people at the refined void martial stage would die when they meet him. Only death awaits a refined void martial stage when encountering a perfect stage? Iron Holler, are you bullshitting? This does not conform to common sense. Everyone knew that the refined void martial stage was only 1 level higher than the perfect stage. However, this 1 level was a leap and a fatal difference. It was a substantial difference. After all, these belonged to 2 completely different categories. The void martial stage meant that one possessed a lot of divine power. Regardless of how strong one was at the spiritual martial force, they would only possess the strength within the spiritual martial force. At least, They would not possess divine power. Even if there were 10 perfect stage warriors, they would not be worth mentioning before a refined void martial stage. Thus, when Iron Holler said it this way, everyone felt it was too fake. It had overturned their common sense. How could they not swear? On the other hand, the guest with the purple beard only smiled and did not speak. Although this matter sounded strange, at his level, he was used to it. Apparently, Iron Holler had deliberately flattered this guest with the purple beard as he explained that Qin Wushuang has a powerful bow and arrow. When he was only at the middle stage, he could injure a perfect stage warrior. And next to him, there are 2 ferocious spiritual beasts. I heard that at least one of them has entered the refined void martial stage. With such combat power, not to mention one elite warrior at the refined void martial stage, even 2 or 3 of them would suffer. Hearing Iron Holler's explanation, those freelance martial artists had finally understood. Inwardly, each of them started to make their own plans. They also started to weigh their own strength. Apparently, those freelance martial artists at the spiritual martial force had already decided to retreat. And those freelance martial artists at the refined void martial stage had already started to think about how to form a clique to take this mission. Iron Holler chuckled. Each of you think that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not settle accounts. Do you think it's easy to earn 80,000 gold crystal stones? This way, only elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage could take down this Qin Wushuang. For this money, ordinary people would not be able to earn it. Darn it, 80,000 gold crystal stones is not a lot to invite elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage. Initially, I thought that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was generous. It seems that they are very calculating. Iron Holler said proudly, don't blame me for not reminding you. For sure, this bounty will increase. Without 150,000, you will not be able to mobilize the enthusiasm of elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage. Qin Wushuang kept listening, yet his mood was as calm as water. It was as if he was listening to news that was completely unrelated to him. Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Qin Wushuang silently chewed on these 4 words. At the same time, he knew clearly that behind these 4 words, for sure, it was a dead knot that would not rest until one of them died. A public pursuit. This was a form of attitude. Although Qin Wushuang was easygoing, it did not mean that he would resign himself to adversity. Although he was enduring silently, it did not mean that he did not have a temper. He was enduring silently because he was waiting for an opportunity to explode. This heavenly Luo Daoist sect had gone too far by pursuing him all over the world. Imperceptibly, this had stimulated Qin Wushuang's fighting spirit and bravery. It had also stimulated the stubbornness and unyielding nature in his bones. Humph, not to mention 80,000, even if it was 1,000,000 bounty, why would I, Qin Wushuang, fear it? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang thought proudly. Again, the surge of passion in his bones boiled up. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 457. Since Qin Wushuang had stepped onto the path of martial arts, he had been tempered into steel and was indomitable. The more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. The stronger the enemy, the more tyrannical they were, the more he could stimulate his potential and deal with them. Starting from the wealthy Shu family, more than 1 or 2 powerhouses wanted to step on Qin Wushuang's head. The wealthy Shu family, the Shimen feudal lords, the West Shu, the Great Wu, the Devil Boy, the Archaic Mysteries sect, the 9 Palace faction. There were too many to mention. However, none of them could make Qin Wushuang yield, not to mention destroying Qin Wushuang's belief. Currently, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was a giant figure that could not be offended. However, Qin Wushuang would not be scared by this giant figure and would not tremble before it. He only had one belief: regardless of the height of the mountain, as long as he had confidence and strategy, he would be able to cross it. As long as he had perseverance and the means, he would be able to flatten it. Earlier, he had thought that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not go to war for a mere Zhuo Tianxi. However, thinking about it now, He had overestimated the tolerance of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. From the way the heavenly Luo Daoist sect kept increasing the bounty, apparently, they wanted to get their hands on Qin Wushuang. On the first day that Qin Wushuang had arrived in this world, he had understood the cruelty of the struggles in this world. The fights between little martial arts students would not stop until one of them died. Not to mention the level of the major powerhouses in the Xian Yuan Mound. So what if they would not stop until one of them died? Since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, when had he not fought to rise from the jaws of death? Only when he did not hesitate to die could he truly achieve a strong heart and an indestructible belief. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect was going to fight. When he saw Bao Bao and Lone becoming restless, Qin Wushuang used his eyes to stop their impulse. Now, he was most curious about the identity of this guest with the purple beard. From this guest with the purple beard, he felt a form of unfathomable strength. Although this strength was not as unfathomable as Li Buyi, nor as unfathomable as senior Yun Shui Chen, without a doubt, he had surpassed all the elite warriors Qin Wushuang had met besides those two. The calmest one was Zhu Fang Yunfei. The young man continued to drink his wine, as if he had turned a deaf ear to the conversation. He had no interest in the reward at all. However, inadvertently, Zhu Fang Feiyun's eyes would look towards Qin Wushuang. Evidently, Zhu Fang Feiyun naturally knew of Qin Wushuang's identity. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew that since this Zhu Fang Yunfei was an old friend of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he would not betray him at this moment. The guest with the purple beard stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "I heard that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect once sent a disciple to the human countries. Do you know about this matter?" Since Iron Holler had received benefits, he naturally would not hide it. He smiled and said, "This is no longer news. Customer, you must have come from a faraway place for the first time. Otherwise, how could you not have heard of this? Although it's old news, it must be more detailed coming from the mouth of someone like you who sells information. Tell me about it." Hihi. That Nine Palace faction is hosted by the nephew of an elder of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In fact, they should be a branch of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It's reasonable for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to intervene. Initially, that disciple at the refined void martial stage sent by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had already grasped the situation. Unexpectedly, a person came out and forced that disciple at the refined void martial stage to retreat. Oh! The guest with the purple beard smiled. Apparently, he was interested in this topic. Continue. That person is a girl, a young girl. As for her exact identity, no accurate information has spread out. Without a doubt, that girl must be a disciple of a major powerhouse in the Xian Yuan Mound. Or else, she would not have the strength to stop that person of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The guest with the purple beard frowned slightly. Is it true that no one knows the exact identity of that girl? Iron Holler chuckled and a trace of imperceptible craftiness flashed across his face. He shook his head. No one really knows. You are lying. The guest with the purple beard said lightly, a moment ago, there was a trace of strange change in your smile. This is a sign of lying. This guest with the purple beard saw through everything clearly. Inadvertently, he had exposed Iron Holler's lie. Cold sweat emerged from Iron Holler's entire body. The expression of that subordinate next to the guest with the purple beard turned cold. Speak the truth. Iron Holler nodded with a guilty conscience. That girl should be Miss Murong Shu of the floating snow house. That subordinate looked at the guest with the purple beard and took a step back. He nodded and did not speak another word. Didn't you say that no one knows her identity? The guest with the purple beard asked lightly. Cold sweat emerged from Iron Holler's forehead. This is only a guess, there is no concrete evidence. Suddenly, the guest with the purple beard laughed freely. Don't be nervous. Earlier, you said that behind this information, there is another guess of yours. Why don't you tell everyone? This. Inwardly, Iron Holler felt troubled. Speak. The voice of the guest with the purple beard did not sound rushed. However, such light words made Iron Holler not dare to disobey. Sir, initially, I wanted to sell this information for money. Who asked you to be a knowledgeable person? Iron Holler had a long face and was extremely unwilling in his heart. However, under the inadvertent intimidation of the purple-bearded guest, he still obediently submitted and did not dare to disobey. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was puzzled. Just who was this guest with the purple beard, and why was he so interested in him, Qin Wushuang? Of course, he also wanted to hear what other shocking words this Iron Holler had to say. Iron Holler swallowed a mouthful of saliva and worked hard to say, in fact, my guess is also related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The expression of the guest with the purple beard was as calm as an ancient well without a single ripple. He listened quietly. Since it was related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, naturally, Qin Wushuang was more concerned. He wanted to see how many tricks this heavenly Luo Daoist sect could play. According to common sense, even if a young man from the human countries had good talent, to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, how much of a threat could he pose? Iron Holler's words had resonated with everyone. Indeed, everyone found it strange. With the heavenly Luo Daoist sect's position in the Shen Yuan Mound, how could they make such a big fuss? They appeared to be flustered and exasperated when they issued a second-level assassination order against a young man from the human countries. Could there be some inside story? Even Qin Wushuang felt curious. He wanted to hear what exclusive opinion this Iron Holler had on this matter. I thought about it and thought that this matter might be related to that Miss Mu Rong. Iron Holler spoke astonishing words. Many people know that there is a marriage contract between the floating snow house and the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The main character of the marriage contract is Miss Mu Rong of the floating snow house. On the other hand, it is young Master Luo Ting, one of the most exceptional young disciples of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And 1 or 2 years ago, when the marriage contract was about to end, Miss Mu Rong ran away from home. Many people had heard about these gossips in the Jianghu. Now, when Iron Holler had brought it up and brought up the old matter, they had some impression of it. Those who had not heard about these gossips started to inquire from the people next to them. Apparently, they were extremely interested in this matter. Think about it, why did that Miss Mu Rong run away from home? Of course, she ran away from the marriage. Why did she run away from the marriage? Apparently, she did not want to marry that young Master Luo Ting. Or in other words, she did not want to get married. Regardless of the reason, to young Master Luo Ting, it was a great humiliation. When his fiancée ran away from home when the marriage contract was about to end, not to mention that young Master Luo Ting is a famous young talent in the Shen Yuan Mound, even us mediocre martial artists would feel uncomfortable, right? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Even Qin Wushuang came to a realization when he heard these words. That Miss Mu Rong had left the Shen Yuan Mound for this reason and ventured into the human countries. What this Iron Holler means, could it be that second-level assassination order is related to that young Master Luo Ting? When Qin Wushuang thought here, he could not help but feel somewhat surprised. The guest with the purple beard only smiled. However, within this smile, there was a trace of something different. And that subordinate next to him kept sneering. On the other hand, Zhu Fang Yunfei suddenly revealed a strange faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had discovered something interesting. Qin Wushuang was extremely sensitive. Soon, he felt that something was wrong with this atmosphere. Keep talking. The guest with the purple beard shot an indifferent glance at Iron Holler. I know you still have things to say. Iron Holler was a smart person. At this moment, he also felt that something was wrong. However, since he was riding a tiger, he could not get off. He could only continue to speak. That Qin Wushuang did not return to the human countries after annihilating the Red Maple human clan. All signs indicated that they had already entered the Shen Yuan Mound. Most importantly, don't forget, this is Qin Wushuang's surname. Surnamed Qin? Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? No way, that Qin Wushuang, could he be the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? It's impossible to be such a coincidence. The sound of discussion rose and fell one after another. Apparently, Iron Holler's heavy news had caused chaos at the scene. If he is a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, then I must respect him. I have lived for most of my life and I have never submitted to any powerhouse. I only submit to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Yes, if that's the case, I will not get involved. If it's for money, I would have signed up to deal with the 100-leaf Qin clan. I will never get involved in matters related to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Apparently, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had a good reputation. Half of the freelance martial artists at the scene had expressed their stance. If Qin Wushuang was truly related to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they would rather give up on this mission than to earn money that went against their conscience. Once, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was the symbol of the Xian Yuan Mound. It represented fairness and justice. In the history of the Xian Yuan Mound, it was the powerhouse with the highest reputation among the people. Now, that guest with the purple beard and his subordinate stood up. Suddenly, the guest with the purple beard said with a smile, "Is the butler of the Union here?" "Sir, at your service." A butler walked over. "I will also issue a mission. I will offer a reward of 100,000 gold crystal stones. Those who provide me with clues about Qin Wushuang and help me find Qin Wushuang will receive 100,000 gold crystal stones. Remember, my reward is different than the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. They want a dead person, and I want to see a living person." When the guest with the purple beard said "here," he laughed and turned to speak to his subordinate. "Wu De, you will be in charge of contacting him, I will leave first." Of course, this guest with the purple beard was Mu Rong Chenji, the lord of the floating snow house. And his subordinate was his trusted subordinate, Wu De. Qin Wushuang had also not expected this sudden move from the guest with the purple beard. As he watched the departing figure of the guest with the purple beard, Qin Wushuang could not help but fall into deep thought. He felt that this situation had become even more complicated and confusing. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 458. After Mu Rong Chenji left, everyone present was intimidated by his powerful aura. The originally noisy hall immediately became much quieter. These loose cultivators who were originally very noisy had now turned into whispers. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. It was very obvious that they were also very afraid of the followers Mu Rong Chenji had left behind. Although no one present knew Mu Rong Chenji, some of the more active ones who had been in the underworld for a long time already had some ideas in their hearts. After the procedures were completed, Wu De walked out from inside and walked to Iron Holler's side. He stared at Iron Holler for a while and laughed strangely. He then turned around and walked out of the door in large strides. This action caused Iron Holler to break out in cold sweat. His hand trembled slightly and the hand that was holding the wine cup couldn't help but tremble. He faintly realized that although this business seemed to have earned him 3,000 gold crystal stones, it seemed to have caused a huge disaster. Just as he was about to say something to remedy the situation, how could Wu De care about a small character like Iron Holler? He had already left without a trace. Iron Holler dejectedly sat back in his seat with a distressed face. Around him, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. It was obvious that these people had been suppressed for too long. Now that the crisis was over, they finally dared to breathe loudly. Someone saw Iron Holler's distressed face and couldn't help but ridicule. "Iron Holler, what happened to you? You've made a windfall. Can you pay for today's wine?" "That's right. Even if you pay for everyone's wine tonight, you'll still earn." "That's right, that's right. Since you've made a windfall, it wouldn't be right if you don't treat us." These people all started to jeer. Iron Holler, on the other hand, had a sullen face. His mouth couldn't stop muttering to himself. No one knew what he was muttering. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "It's hard to say whether you'll earn or not. This money isn't that easy to get. If you're not careful, you'll lose both your life and your money." The one who spoke was the loose cultivator who had previously accused the attendant of deceiving Qin Wushuang and the others. He was the one who refused Qin Wushuang's treat. This person's expression was cold. When he spoke without restraint. Unexpectedly, His words hit the nail on the head. Iron Holler's face was deathly pale as he gritted his teeth. "Ha ha, Iron Holler, look at your cowardly appearance. Are you really scared to this extent? Don't tell me you don't want to treat me, so you're deliberately acting like this." These itinerant cultivators spoke one after another. The cold rogue cultivator from before, however, smiled coolly. "I'm not pretending. If you say that he is faking it, then you are the ones who are confused." "This Iron Holler knows more than you do." Ju Fang Yunfei suddenly smiled and put down the cup in his hand. "Bill." He casually put down a few crystals and pointed at Qin Wushuang's table. "I'll settle the accounts of the three friends at that table." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands toward Qin Wushuang, smiled, and walked out without greeting him. Qin Wushuang was stunned. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard the cold rogue cultivator next to him continue speaking. "The one who walked out just now is an understanding person. A truly understanding person should leave after drinking the wine in the wine pot." Saying this, the cold rogue cultivator also slapped the table. "Waiter, Bill. Hey, you, what do you mean by only saying half of what you want to say? If you have something to say it out loud. Why are you playing riddles with us?" "That's right. We brothers are all boorish people. We don't understand your tone." That cold rogue cultivator walked to the door and suddenly turned around. He smiled strangely. "Don't tell me you still don't understand." Iron Holler knew better than anyone else the background of those two people just now. He had already planned to cover up his lie and talk back. But that kind of expert could see through Iron Holler's thoughts and point out that he was lying. "Iron Holler, if I were you, I would have left already. But whether or not I can leave." Before this person could finish speaking, a cold laugh came from outside the door. "He can't leave." Before the voice died away, 3 to 5 well-equipped warriors rushed in from outside the door. Their attire fully revealed their identities. The personal warriors of the prefecture master. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these 4 people were not to be trifled with. They all shut their mouths at the same time. The cold rogue cultivator from before shook his head helplessly. His face was expressionless as he looked at these warriors with some ridicule and mockery. Then, he walked out. "You wait a moment too." That cold rogue cultivator's eyes flashed. He held his saber horizontally in front of his chest. "What? You want me to stay too?" This person's tone was arrogant and unyielding, but he didn't show the slightest fear. The leader of the 4 warriors saw that this person's aura was not ordinary. Although he wasn't afraid, he sized him up and knew that this person was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately waved his hand. Although this person is talking nonsense, he didn't offend the honored guest. Only this Iron Holler can't control his mouth and offended the honored guest. "Take him down first." Iron Holler's expression changed. He suddenly dodged under the table. An earthy yellow light was released from his body and he fled underground. This was clearly not an escape technique. Instead, it was using a talisman to travel underground to escape. When the leader of the warriors saw this, he sneered and said with a smile, "Insignificant skill." With a shake of his sleeve, he opened his 5 fingers. A huge handprint emerged from his palm and continuously enlarged, pressing down on the ground with a loud rumble. With this pressure, the ground suddenly shook. It was as if the entire ground had suddenly collapsed, shaking endlessly. It was also this pressure that was an invisible talisman. It was specially used to restrain ordinary underground techniques. It reached the effect of pointing at the ground as steel, making it difficult for those who used underground techniques to move an inch underground. When his hand was revealed, a warrior behind him immediately took out a strange instrument. Its appearance was like a compass, and he placed it on the ground. There. Following the direction pointed by this person, the leader of the warriors suddenly swept out like a gust of wind, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Suddenly, the leader of the warriors shouted loudly and stabbed the short spear in his hand into the ground with all his strength. Only a miserable cry could be heard from the ground. Following the momentum of the short spear being pulled out, an arrow of blood soared into the sky, shooting straight towards the ceiling of the Union. When this arrow of blood dispersed, it immediately scattered a rain of blood, shooting in all directions. Fortunately, everyone present was an expert. When they saw the rain of blood shooting towards them, they casually waved their sleeves and swept away the rain of blood, preventing it from contaminating their bodies. Qin Wushuang and the other two had been sitting there the whole time, watching the entire process of this unforeseen event. Could it be that the warriors under the mansion lord were relying on the power of the government to kill without restraint like this? When the leader of the warriors killed a person, it was as if he was stepping on an ant. From his expression, it was impossible to tell that he had killed a person. Instead, he said casually to the manager in charge of the union, "Mr. Manager, I will have to trouble you to clean up." However, the expression of that manager did not look good as he mumbled, "Captain Ku, this iron holler has always made a living by selling information. He has been in this business for a few dozen years. I don't know what kind of mistake he has made, to be met with such an unexpected disaster today. Besides, if you are going to enforce the law, please take this iron holler away. It's not proper to enforce the law in my union's territory, right?" That Captain Ku's eyelids twitched lazily as he shot a glance at that manager. "This way, do you have any objections?" "Captain Ku, my union has always been a place where freelance martial artists appear. If you want to enforce the law in the union, you should at least ask clearly, right? After all, this is still the union's territory." "Ha ha ha, the union's territory?" That Captain Ku's tone was extremely unreasonable and tyrannical. "Let me tell you, in the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, there is no one's territory, only the territory of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture." After he had finished, he waved his hand and walked outside. This rude and unreasonable attitude left the deacon in charge of the guild speechless. What else could he do when encountering such a crab that walked sideways? Even if he was right, it would not be as powerful as his fist. The other party was right. Within the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, only the territory of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture belonged to the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. Not many people had the power to resist the prefecture lord of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. Strangely, that callous freelance martial artist who had already walked to the door did not take the opportunity to leave. Instead, he stood on the side with his arms crossed and watched everything with a cold look. That Captain Ku walked to the door and shot a glance at this person. "What? If we don't cause you trouble, you won't leave?" That person gave a cold sneer and sneered, "Such prestige, such strong murderous intent. No wonder you are the personal warrior of the prefecture lord, admirable." That Captain Ku was also a person who knew how to judge the situation. He knew that he would not gain any advantage from this person. He only sneered, "Don't say that we are bullying people." Since that iron holler could not control his mouth, he deserved to die. No one can blame him. I am afraid that your flattery has hit the wrong spot. You think that iron holler offended the VIP. Even if the VIP thinks this way, with their temperament, they might not want iron holler's life. You guys are in such a hurry to curry favor. Captain Ku said unhappily, "From your tone, it seems that you want to fight for justice for iron holler." Qin Wushuang had a good impression of that callous freelance martial artist. At this moment, he stepped out to mediate. "Everyone, you have killed him and shown off your power. It's about enough. In this freelance martial artist union, there are many hot-blooded men. You guys are not determined to offend the public, right?" Qin Wushuang was the first to step out. Immediately, a few freelance martial artists also stepped out. "Yes, even the personal warriors of the prefecture lord must be reasonable. Could it be that we freelance martial artists deserve to be beaten and killed? That's right, even if we bring this matter to the prefecture lord, we can seek justice." That Captain Ku glanced at Qin Wushuang, but stopped while he was ahead. He really did not have the courage to do something that would offend the public. He waved his hand and said a few harsh words, "Let's end it here today. You guys better watch your mouths. Say what you should say, and don't spread rumors about what you shouldn't say." After saying that, he quickly retreated. This sudden bloodbath had brought the guild's loose practitioners closer to each other. What the hell is going on? Just saying a few words and we will lose our lives. Do we freelance martial artists really have no status? Isn't that right? What is the background of that purple-bearded guest? Iron Holler said a few words to him and he offended the VIP. The callous rogue cultivator sneered at the door. This isn't the problem of the esteemed guest. It's just that these fellows are trying to flatter the esteemed guest. In the end, who is that person? You still don't understand. That lord is obviously related to the people that Iron Holler mentioned. What do you mean by related? That's because you guys are ignorant and inexperienced. That person is the master of the floating snow house, an elite warrior ranked in the top 50 of the Shen Yuan Mound. Even the prefecture lord wants to curry favor with him, Mu Rong Chenji. As soon as he said these words, Qin Wushuang was shocked inwardly. All the guesses in his mind had been confirmed. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 459. Mu Rong Chenji. This time, even Bao Bao was greatly surprised. The floating snow house shared some relationship with the monkey clan. However, Bao Bao did not know this master Mu Rong Chenji. Boss, it's the master of the floating snow house. He put a bounty on you. Where did this come from? Bao Bao sent his voice to ask. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not have a clue. Could it be because Qin Wushuang had that relationship with Miss Mu Rong? If that was the case, then the floating snow house's housemaster was truly going too far. While the guild was filled with clamorous discussions, Qin Wushuang did not want to linger any longer. He put down the wine cup and left quickly with Bao Bao and Lone. With the disturbance between the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and the floating snow house, Qin Wushuang's path in the Shen Yuan Mound had become much more difficult. Currently, he did not know whether to thank Captain Ku for killing that talkative Iron Holler, or to condemn him for killing the innocent. To Qin Wushuang, that conversation with Iron Holler was extremely disadvantageous. It was because Iron Holler had clearly said that Qin Wushuang had already entered the Shen Yuan Mound and was related to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. This way, without a doubt, they would face another layer of potential danger when they traveled the Shen Yuan Mound. To Qin Wushuang, this was definitely a great trouble. When they returned to the inn, Bao Bao was still chattering endlessly. Apparently, he was still brooding over Mu Rong Chenji's bounty. From Bao Bao's point of view, without a doubt, Mu Rong Chenji's actions were rubbing salt on Qin Wushuang's wound. Lone also swore he could not watch over his own daughter and took out his anger on our boss. Perhaps, this master of the floating snow house has a high strength. However, in terms of being a person, he has no principles. Bao Bao mumbled, Boss, why do you think this Lord Mu Rong is doing this? Could it be because Sister Mu Rong is close to you? Lone twitched his mouth. How is it close? Nothing happened between our boss and Miss Mu Rong, right? I also think so. Could it be that Lord Mu Rong had done this to prove to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? If that's the case, then Lord Mu Rong is too disappointing. What a disappointment! Bullying the kind and fearing the evil. Qin Wushuang listened to their endless discussion and tried to explain, You two, don't be so hasty to come to a conclusion. From what I can see, Miss Mu Rong's father doesn't have much hostility. If he is hostile, he only needs to add some additional rewards on top of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect's reward. These words did remind Bao Bao. He thought quickly and slapped his thigh. That's right. Lord Mu Rong kept saying that he wanted to see the living person. From the looks of it, he doesn't intend to die of old age. When he said here, Bao Bao laughed strangely. Boss, I understand. Perhaps Lord Mu Rong also wants to see your character and cultivation. Choosing a son-in-law? As soon as Lone heard this, his gossipy heart suddenly overflowed. His face moved closer like a gossipy woman. Qin Wushuang said angrily, No matter what you say, it's all because of your mouths. Can you guys talk less? Of course, it's not impossible to talk less. However, since you have a mouth, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't talk? Boss, honestly, let me ask you, how do you feel about Miss Mu Rong? For this extremely gossipy question, Not only was Bao Bao deeply curious, even Lone also moved closer. He waited for Qin Wushuang's answer while worrying about personal gains and losses. Qin Wushuang heard them repeatedly talking about Miss Murong's voice and appearance, as well as her extraordinary demeanor. He must say that regardless of talent, martial arts, appearance, or temperament, Qin Wushuang had never seen this Miss Murong in his life. Now, he had learned that this Miss Murong had gone out to escape the marriage. On top of appreciation, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel some admiration. One had to know that for a girl to have such courage, it was very impressive in this world. "Boss, say something," Bao Bao urged with a smile. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. "Miss Murong and I only have a gentleman's friendship. In terms of Miss Murong, she is indeed the best girl I've ever seen. But if I were to say that I have a deeper affection for her, then that would be rude." "Boss." Bao Bao was almost driven mad. "Then do you like her? Or do you not like her? Can you be more direct?" Qin Wushuang was speechless at Bao Bao's simple logic. Could it be that in this world, there were only two choices, like and dislike? "Boss, I know what you want to say. However, I will ask you now, if there are only two choices, like and dislike, how would you choose?" This question was straight to his heart. It made it impossible for Qin Wushuang to be ambiguous. After thinking about it, Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. "Then let's just like her. For a beauty like Miss Murong, who would say they don't like her? Ha ha, then it's easy. I see that Miss Murong also has a good impression of you. Boss Wushuang, I think that heavenly Luo Daoist sect has gone too far. Let's just steal their wife. Let's anger them to death. That's right, since the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wants to kill you, let's slap their face. The louder the slap, the better." Apparently, Lone was the one who desired to see the world in chaos. At this moment, it would be strange if he did not jeer. "Boss, don't hesitate. Let's do it this way. Miss Murong's character and strength are all high, and she is as beautiful as a flower. Where are you going to find such a good girl? Ha ha, I think it will work. It's good this way. The most important thing is to let the heavenly Luo Daoist sect know our boss's power." Lone cheered from the side. These two buffoons, one after the other, were discussing enthusiastically. It was as if they were discussing their marriage. Qin Wushuang felt deeply speechless. He admitted that regardless of how he looked at it, that Miss Murong held a special weight in Qin Wushuang's heart. This weight was completely different from other girls. To senior sister Ju Fu, Qin Wushuang felt a sense of camaraderie. To Tong Yaro, it was a pure friendship that had gone through hardships. Although they had met by chance, each of Miss Murong's movements had touched a certain string deep inside Qin Wushuang's heart. Qin Wushuang had never thought deeply about it. However, he also knew that it was a completely different feeling. Now, after Bao Bao and Lone had dug it out, Qin Wushuang was surprised to find that the image of Miss Murong had suddenly come alive in his heart. When they had first met, that heavenly sound of the zither, that natural and unrestrained behavior. Then, Miss Murong had helped him out of trouble several times. She had also shown a side of her that was not only gentle and virtuous. Now, after hearing about Miss Murong's background, those fragments of her past kept intertwining. Instantly, in his mind, Miss Murong had become much more three-dimensional. Indeed, this girl that was soft on the outside and tough on the inside had an outstanding temperament. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang could not help but give a light sigh. "Boss, why are you sighing?" Bao Bao asked with a faint smile. "The situation is difficult. Regardless of me, or the entire Qin family, we are all in an abyss of suffering. If I spend so much time thinking about these matters, without a doubt, I would be worrying myself for nothing." When Qin Wushuang said here, he had regained his calmness. He said, "From now on, this topic ends here. Regardless of 100,000, or 1,000,000. It will not stop me from heading to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. I only know that the more difficult the obstacles blocking my path, the stronger my heart will be. Boss, then, Bao Bao, I will remember Miss Murong's kindness. If one day, we can truly make a name for ourselves in the Shen Yuan Mound, all of our problems will be solved. Now, even if we break our heads, it would be useless. With our strength, we are powerless to get involved in this whirlpool. We only have one goal right now, and that is to become stronger, to keep becoming stronger. Bao Bao and Lone were infected by Qin Wushuang's determined attitude as they nodded. Boss, you are right, we will all listen to you. Shen Yuan moaned, just wait. One day, the name of us three brothers will become the legends of the Shen Yuan Mound. After they had unified their thoughts, Qin Wushuang was no longer confused. Even if the outside world was in an uproar, everyone was discussing how to deal with Qin Wushuang. However, how could these people know that Qin Wushuang was right under their eyes? Was he going to watch their ugly performances one by one? Qin Wushuang also knew that this orderly mountain prefecture was located at the border between the dispersed Praying Mountain and the Shen Yuan Mound. Thus, naturally, the topic of Qin Wushuang would become more lively. It was because if Qin Wushuang wanted to enter the Shen Yuan Mound, he must pass through this orderly mountain prefecture. Thus, he should not linger at this orderly mountain prefecture for too long. On the second day, Qin Wushuang and his two friends had paid the bill. Just as they were walking out of the inn, Qin Wushuang's sharp eyes saw a figure flash across the street in a hurry. That person just happened to look at the inn. Apparently, he was also astonished when he saw Qin Wushuang and his two friends. It's him. Qin Wushuang's heart sank. Fortunately, after that person had glanced at them, he did not look at them any longer. He quickened his steps and flashed across the street and disappeared into the crowd. General Manager Su. Apparently, Bao Bao and Lone also recognized this person. This guy is not dead. Bao Bao's expression was extremely unsightly. He was smart and knew that the situation was not good when he saw this General Manager Su. Boss, what should we do? Let's leave first and find a place to change our appearance. This General Manager Su is extremely suspicious. The outside world is spreading the news that Chen Sen's group was completely annihilated. Now, he must have many guesses when he sees us. If he guesses any clues, we will be in big trouble. Bao Bao and Lone agreed deeply. The three of them did not linger and walked quickly towards the outside of the city gate. The process of leaving the city was much simpler than entering the city. After Qin Wushuang and his two friends left the orderly mountain capital city, they headed north without stopping. After the commotion caused by Iron Holler, with General Manager Su's suspicious and cunning nature, it would not be impossible for him to guess Qin Wushuang's identity once he combined the three of them and the battle with the 100-leaf Qin clan. Once he guessed it, it meant that they would be exposed. What awaited Qin Wushuang and his friends would be an endless pursuit. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 460. Indeed, as Qin Wushuang had expected, that General Manager Su had been recuperating in a secret place. After he had come out, he learned that the team led by Commander Chen Sen had been completely annihilated. In other words, he was the only survivor. However, what he had seen a moment ago had caused an extra layer of doubt to appear in his suspicious mind. The cultivation of these Wu brothers isn't very high. At that time, the enemies that had launched a surprise attack on the Duckbeak Mountain had also killed all of my team. How could these Wu brothers be unharmed and all three of them had survived? General Manager Su's head was full of questions. This time, he had just recovered from his internal injuries. Initially, he had come to the orderly mountain capital city to visit a friend who lived here. In a moment, he had arrived at the house he was visiting. This was a small manor. Although it was not big, it had been built with exquisite craftsmanship. In this orderly mountain capital city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it meant that the owner of this manor had done well in the city to own such a small manor. This was not General Manager Su's territory. Thus, he had been extremely careful with each detail. Even to the gatekeeper, he was courteous. He handed over the visiting card. When that gatekeeper saw General Manager Su's temperament and that he was looking for the owner, he did not dare to neglect him. He led him in and waited for a moment in the courtyard. Then, a straightforward voice came from the corridor. "Ha ha, Senior Su, what brings you here today?" When General Manager Su heard this voice, he also beamed with joy. "Senior Dong, I came in a hurry and did not prepare any generous gifts. I am so scared." A middle-aged man walked out from inside. Although he had a short stature, his face showed a vigorous expression. He hugged General Manager Su. "Please come in, please come in." After the host and guest had sat down, tea was served. "Senior Su, I heard a while ago that you had gotten involved in the muddy water of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. I was worried for you. I heard that Chen Sen's entire team had been annihilated. I thought you. Fortunately, us brothers can meet again." This middle-aged man had the surname Dong and his name was Dong Xiong. He had known this General Manager Su since he was a teenager. They had traveled together, killed enemies together, gone through trials and tribulations together. Thus, they shared an extraordinary relationship. Therefore, Dong Xiong did not hide anything when he spoke. General Manager Su gave a light sigh. Indeed, he still felt a lingering fear when he talked about the old matter of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a little scared. That battle had given him a psychological shock that he still couldn't completely calm down even now. Before the battle, they had made all kinds of preparations. No matter how they looked at it, Commander Chen felt that they would definitely win that battle. But the result was completely different. "Brother Dong, I won't hide it from you. Brother, I participated in that battle. Moreover, I almost didn't get to see you again." That battle, sigh. General Manager Su sighed. In fact, he had come to the orderly mountain capital city to escape. He planned to stay further away from the 100-Leaf State and that 100-Leaf Qin clan. This was to prevent him, the fish that had escaped the net, from becoming the target of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. To put it bluntly, he was now a stray dog. They didn't dare to live in that area. After all, after the 100-Leaf Qin clan had recovered, surely they would know that he was the fish that had escaped the net. For sure, they would use all possible means to hunt him down. Because of this, he had headed north and planned to escape the limelight. "Brother Su, don't beat around the bush between us. Is it that you can't stay in that area anymore?" Dong Xiong asked. "The 100-Leaf Qin clan knows that I am the fish that had escaped the net. They have already started to look for me all over the world. I cannot stay in the Black Raven Royal City, the Yellow Wind Royal City, and these two territories. The best way is to go as far as possible. This time, I only wanted to visit you to tell you that I am going to seek refuge in the north. From now on, it will not be easy for us to meet again. I don't have many friends that I care about. Brother Dong is one of them." These words caused Dong Xiong to sigh in his heart. He could not help but think of the time when the two of them had fought side by side in their youth. "Brother Su, tell me, why are you doing this?" The 100-Leaf Qin clan is a branch of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Although the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan has lost their power, they still have their strength and foundation. If you provoke them for no reason, aren't you just looking for trouble? You have been smart all your life and knew how to scheme. How come you are so stupid this time? The corner of General Manager Su's mouth twitched, full of bitterness. He raised his head and said, "Brother Dong, with our talents and aptitudes, do you think we can still have a breakthrough in cultivation in this lifetime?" Dong Xiong gave a long sigh. "This is extremely difficult. Us brothers know each other well. Regardless of you or me, we have less than 1% chance to break into the profound void martial stage." "That's right." General Manager Su nodded. "The reason why I risked universal condemnation and participated in the siege of the 100-Leaf Qin clan was because of my own selfishness. I also thought that in my lifetime, if I do not have any special fortuitous opportunities, or external help, it would be impossible for me to enter the profound void martial stage. However, it's different for the 100-Leaf Qin clan. As long as I enter the mine of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, there are countless wealth, countless fortuitous opportunities." When he said here, the fanatical look in General Manager Su's eyes still appeared blazing. The 100-Leaf Qin clan possessed wealth that could rival a country. It would be a lie to say that the outside world was not jealous. Even the prefecture lord of the orderly mountain prefecture was somewhat envious when he talked about the 100-leaf Qin clan. Naturally, the strength of the prefecture lord surpassed anyone in the 100-leaf Qin clan. Naturally, the power of the subordinates of the prefecture lord was stronger than the 100-leaf Qin clan. However, in terms of wealth, even as the prefecture lord, he had to admit defeat. However, Dong Xiong said, "Senior Su, what you said is true. However, you must know that those wealth and fortuitous opportunities are almost the private property of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If you covet them, it's the same as snatching food from the mouth of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. The facts have proven that the 100-leaf Qin clan is not as weak as you think." The muscles on General Manager Su's face trembled slightly. The 100-leaf Qin clan has hidden too much of their strength. If I was given another chance, even if the 100-leaf Qin clan were 10 times more prominent, I would not be moved. In that battle, if I had not escaped quickly, I am afraid I would not have survived. You're lucky enough. Everyone knows that in that battle, those freelance martial artists organized by Chen Sen were completely annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. When Dong Xiong said here, he also looked at General Manager Su with a bitter smile. At that time, I thought you had also died. However, General Manager Su frowned slightly and could not help but ask, "Senior Dong, is it true that the outside world is spreading the rumor that all of us were annihilated and not a single one of us survived?" Yes, according to everyone's guess, most likely no fish had escaped the net. You were truly an accident. General Manager Su shook his head lightly. No, regarding the annihilation of the entire team, even if I was the exception, this statement would not be valid. From what I know, there were survivors among the people that participated in this matter. And there was more than one. Dong Xiong was extremely astonished as he said stutteringly, "Impossible? How many of you had participated in that battle?" The total number was 85, I remember it clearly. Each general manager had a team of 20 people. 4 general managers, a total of 80 people. Then, there were Chen Sen and the other 5. Senior Dong, before I came to your place, I saw a strange thing on the street. Please consider it carefully. Seeing him speaking with such seriousness, Dong Xiong could not help but ask, "What is it?" Speaking of this matter, it's related to the attack on the 100-leaf Qin clan. At the moment, General Manager Su explained the entire sequence of events. He explained the entire process of how Qin Wushuang and the other 2 had signed up, as well as how he had met them on the street. Senior Dong, regarding those 3 brothers, I already had my suspicions. However, we were pressed for time and Chen Sen had only given us a short amount of time. We did not have the time to check their identities. I only remember that these 3 brothers had said that they had come from the Great Gobi. Their surname was Wu. After Dong Xiong had finished listening, he also felt somewhat strange. He nodded and said thoughtfully, "It would make sense if one of the 3 brothers had survived. However, according to your description, you guys were in a bad situation in that battle. And according to the news after the battle, there was only one survivor from the battle at the Duckbeak Mountain. Of course, that survivor was you. Then, how did the 3 brothers of the Wu family survive?" That's what I suspected. With their strength, they were not particularly outstanding. They could even be said to be below average. General Manager Su tried hard to recall every detail of the past. However, in my memory, the leader of the 3 Wu brothers was extremely calm. He had a quick reaction and did not let anything out. "Senior Su, are you suspecting that they were not freelance martial artists, but spies sent by the 100-leaf Qin clan?" When he said here, Dong Xiong waved his hand and said with a decisive tone, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether those 3 were spies from the 100-leaf Qin clan, the matter of the 100-leaf Qin clan ends here. Don't think about the million bounty. Those are all unrealistic. You escaped with your life last time, could it be that you want to get involved again?" General Manager Su's expression was strange. He did not say yes or no. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. His expression was extremely focused. After a moment, suddenly, this General Manager Su slapped his thigh. No. Senior Dong, I feel that something is not right." "What is not right?" Suddenly, General Manager Su asked with a smile. Senior Dong, in these 2 days, what lively things have happened in the capital city? Think about it. Lively things? Dong Xiong thought for a moment. In terms of lively things, of course the floating snowhouse master has paid a visit to our orderly mountain capital city. What else? Last night's massacre at the Freelance Martial Artist Union, does it count as one of them? Ha ha, it's only a lowly freelance martial artist that got killed. It's not worth mentioning. That freelance martial artist is not worth mentioning. However, the words that he posted are worth pondering over. Because of his words, the floating snowhouse master had offered a bounty of 100,000 gold crystal stones to match the mission issued by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Inside this matter, it's all related to a name. Qin Wushuang, right? Dong Xiong twirled his beard and smiled. The world has changed. Now, the young people of the human countries are able to cause such a commotion in the Shen Yuan Mound. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.